Do we need to make an amendment to that? We can just do it at the time, right? Yeah, we'll just do it at the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? All right. So at this time, I'm opening the floor up to public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district and where you vote so it can be submitted and held properly in the public record. Yeah, first, is Mr. Sullivan's online? All right. So
Yeah, get you that.
all right, thank you. First up, we have Pastor Sherman Davis, Dalgren.
Yes, I'm Pastor Davis, Dalgren, Virginia. Good evening, board members, gentlemen, and one rose among the thorns. Good to see you tonight. I want to give you, you're going to make some important decisions, there's no doubt, but I want to read you a scripture tonight. It's the most important decision any human being will ever make. Found in John chapter 3, the Bible says there was a man of the Pharisees. The Pharisees believed they were better than everybody else. That's why they're called Pharisees. And the scribes, of course, they believe they're also, but then the Sanhedrin bunch, they didn't believe in the resurrections. They were sad, you see. But anyway, named Nicodemus, a ruler of the Jews. The same came to Jesus by night and said unto him, Rabbi, we know that thou art a teacher sent from God. No man can do these miracles that thou doest except God be with him. Shows the futility of religion. Jesus answered and said unto him, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Nicodemus said unto him, How can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter the second time into his mother's womb and be born? Jesus answered, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born of water. There's two births mentioned here, a water birth, which I believe is the natural birth, the human birth, and of the Spirit, which is the spiritual birth. He cannot enter into the kingdom of God. That which is born of the flesh, the natural birth, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit, capital S, little s. Marvel not that I said unto thee, Ye must be born again. The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest, and the sound thereof, and cannot tell from whence it cometh, and then whither it goeth. So is every one that is born of the Spirit. Nicodemus answered and said unto him, How can these things be? Grace comes from above. A young man, 56 years old, yesterday, been in church all of his life, and been in church all of his life. I was his pastor all of his life, and he came a couple of weeks ago and said, Dad, I received Jesus Christ as my personal Savior. After 50-some years of sitting in church, he finally realized he was lost and hadn't been born again. And so he said, Dad, I can't explain it. He says, something happened right here. And I said, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's not here. You got to have that. When God speaks and the Holy Spirit comes into a man's heart, things change, and it's something that you really can't explain. But the good Lord solved our problem by sending Jesus Christ. He put on skin, dwelt among us, and died on the cross so we might have life and have it more abundantly. I just want to encourage you, if you don't know the Lord Jesus Christ, of course, listen tonight. There's no time like the present to receive him as your personal Savior. God bless you, and I'll talk to you next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anna Marie?
My name is Ana Maria Lobo. My name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential 8. I want to thank you. I want to thank you, all of you, for your service, with a special thanks to Mr. Ristavi. I did not know who he was, but he knew who I was. And he asked me if I want to know about the budget. And he tried to explain everything in 1 hour. Well, I know for a long time that the finances were very chaotic. For me, the most important thing was to stop spending and pay down the service authority and the county's debt. I also want to thank for keeping the taxes the same as they were last year, which is what you promised. Also, I want to ask about the data centers. In the past, Virginia have a drought. I remember Mountain Lake was almost dry. What happens if we have another drought in the future? Who will have priority, industrial such as data centers or the people in the county? Also, I want to think very clear about your decisions on these lithium batteries and solar panels. Rezoning this land from agriculture to industrial, is that real good for the county? Who is going to benefit? The owners of this land, the Chinese who make the panels, or the Dominion power? Not the people of King George County. The Germans experienced real problems related to the large-scale solar energy last year. The people of King George elected you to make good decisions for the county. I know the landowners want to sell their land because they are being offered good money, but we need to think about what is best for King George. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Charlene Miller.
Good evening. My name is Charlene Miller, and I live in the James Monroe District, specifically Claydale. And I am here tonight to speak to the water condition that we currently have. Kathy, I know, has been in good contact with a lot of us. I don't know if you can see this, but who would drink this, honestly? This is light in comparison to what it will be like later this evening, when it will have more of a brown hue to it, and you have to bathe in that. So I just want to bring this to attention. You all have drinks now, or else I would offer, would you drink this? That's all I'm here to say. We need some attention to this problem that's ongoing since April. I've asked for water to be brought in to know nothing's happening. I've asked for compensation on bills. Nobody should have to put up with this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we have Pastor James Shaw.
James Shaw, James Monroe District, columnist for the Northern Next Sentinel, citizen journalist, kgmedia.top, not speaking in my capacity as EDA member. Old hat, water boy. The Service Authority customers in the Claydale area have had their problems recently with turbid water, and I am one of them. With the drilling of the new well 30 feet away from the old one, it was inevitable that there would be some effect when the drill bit came through the rock strata where the existing old well was pulling water. As a result, we are seeing some turbidity or cloudiness in the extracted water of various colors. The discolored water has been professionally checked for bacterial contamination. Good news, no bacteria. But when you hold the water to the light in a clear glass, as we just saw, it looks kind of nasty and dirty. The composition of the rocks down there includes ferrites, which are compounds that include iron. Think rusty water. As one trained in chemistry and physics, I know what's going on. Interestingly enough, for $10 a bottle or more, you can get some turbid water from the Himalayas. The big difference is that water has no iron, so it looks like weak coconut milk. Still, a boatload of various minerals in there. So, to help people through this, on this side of the world who don't want to spend $10 a bottle for special drinking water, I'm going to drink some of that Service Authority water taken from the tap this afternoon at 1:55 p.m. Now, if this demonstration doesn't work out as planned, I know there are EMTs from Company 1 right next door across the parking lot. They will get me fixed up in time for 2 weeks for the next meeting on July 1st. A toast to the workers at the Service Authority who are working to provide much better water than this, soon from a new, deeper well, drawing crystal clear water for all the way down there in the Potomac Aquifer. Tastes like chicken. God bless the King George Renaissance, where challenges are overcome, long-term water quality continues to improve, and there's some specialists here in the crowd who might be talking about that a little bit later. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie Thompson? There, Bonnie Thompson? You're up. Huh? Someone signed you up. You got to talk now. No, you can't get out of it. Once I call the name, it has to happen. I'm kidding. I'll let you. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're here. Thank you for showing up. You just want someone to say your name. All right. Is there anyone else in the crowd that'd like to speak? Do I have anybody online? Thank you. Has anybody received any correspondence? And I do want to say for the record that Mr. Sullins is not here due to a personal matter. Good. And he can chime, he's online though, and he can chime in anytime he likes. Mr. Sullins, have you received any correspondence?
No, I haven't. Thanks for asking.
All right. So at this time, I'll close public comment, and we'll open up to reports of the members of the board. Mr. Lee Robotham.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Good evening. Appreciate everybody coming out this evening. I do know we have a lot to talk about on the agenda today, so I will, I'll keep it short with this and just say, let's just keep it rolling.
All right. Mr. Collins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see everyone here. I'm going to let Ms. Bender talk about the water, since that's her bailiwick. But the data centers and the solar stuff, Ms. Lavelle, you've been coming to the meetings and paying attention to what's going on there, so that discussion will be ongoing. Thank you.
Mr. Stroud?
Thank you, sir. Thanks, everybody came out and spoke tonight. I'm sure that Ms. Bender will address the water, and you guys are well aware of the issues there, as people have covered. But this, over the last period, I don't have much to report, sir, but I did attend a meeting with HR and Finance, and Supervisor Sullins is there, where we looked at some HR management systems. You guys saw a couple meetings ago, we were briefed by HR on one of the systems that was presented. And we were in agreement that it really didn't do enough for what the county needed. And I think where we're at now is the system that we, whatever we get, needs to have at a minimum the ability to do the recruiting, onboarding, timekeeping, and performance management, because those things the county doesn't have right now. So there's a lot more that's available, but right now that's what HR and Finance, we asked them to look at. So they're reviewing systems that can not only perform those things, but also integrate with the existing finance systems. So that's all I've got, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bender?
Yes, thank you very much. Kim Dodge, I see you in the audience. Kim Dodge used to be one of our people that was always in the audience pre-COVID, so it's good to see you again. That's right. It is good to see you here, and thank you everyone who came out. Those that are here for the Service Authority, exactly in the water issue in Cladle, we are going to bring that up in the Board of Directors, and there is a secondary public comment at the end of the Board of Directors meeting, so I encourage you to come up and ask more questions or clarification that we can answer later during that time, a secondary public comment. I do want to also, the major thing I went to, besides all the Service Authority things in the last couple of weeks, was yesterday, the VACO Region 7 meeting was held at Whitehall. I want to thank all the staff and Mr. Smolnick for organizing that together. VACO is the Virginia Association of County Officials. I am on their Board of Directors. And so everyone who came, we're just talking about what King George has to offer, especially in the agritourism business. And everyone had a good time, but I wanted to tell you that the topics that were the hot topics was data centers, solar farms, energy use, the disabled veterans relief that was, Stafford County gave some staggering numbers, and what they're looking for is state help. This was on a referendum. The state of Virginia residents and voters said, yes, we would like some relief for disabled veterans, but some localities that have a high veteran population have been greatly affected by this tax relief. And Stafford's numbers this year are 24 million, and their projection up to 2030 is $100 million of a hit in their budget that takes from this disabled veteran tax credit. So they were asking, and there was delegates there, and there was representatives from federal, like Senator Kane's and Senator Warner's office, to look at these and how some of these state mandates affect localities. And we had some hot topics about water use and data centers. So those were the things, and that's where I was yesterday. It was a nice event. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. Keep matters rolling. I'm not going to say much tonight. I just want to say thank you to everyone for being here. She is going to talk more about the water and the issues in Claddo later on. At this point in time, I am going to close the reports of members of the board, and we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Sullins, do you have something to say?
Sure. Thanks for remembering. Just as always, thanks everybody for coming out. The things that I've been up to over the last couple of weeks, I had a meeting with a realtor and a county administrator last week to talk about potentially bringing a field house to the King George area. Had a meeting along with Mr. Davis to talk about, and the county engineer to talk about the left turn lane there going into the middle school. And then Mr. Stroud already mentioned the meeting that we had. Also lots of emails, phone calls, Facebook posts, and whatnot. On the water stuff, I don't want to steal Miss Bender's thunder, but I will say I live in Cladle, and I haven't been this week because I'm out of town, but prior to that, I've been drinking the water every day. The county tells me it's safe. I trust it. I drink the water every day. I brush my teeth with it. I bathe in it. It is not pretty. I get it, but it's not unsafe. It's not unhealthy. I would encourage folks, though, there has been a lot of complaints about the county not sending out alerts about this. We've sent out lots of alerts. If you're not signed up, you're not going to get them. So I do encourage you to sign up for that, please. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you. At this point in time, we'll move on to the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
A motion properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Collins.
Yay.
Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Ms. Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
All right, you want to?
Yep. No, now we'll move on to, I just want to make sure, do we have any constitutional officers here that want to speak? You're good? All right. At this point, I'll pass it off to Ms. Bender for Board of Directors.
All right, I will move on to the Board of Directors agenda. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, by roll call vote, Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Robotham?
Aye.
Mr. Collins? Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Now we'll move on to the agenda items. We have action items, adoption of the FY 2025-2026 King George County Service Authority operating budget. Mr. Rasavi.
The finance department worked together with me on preparing
the Service Authority budget. The total revenues are $9,006,081. And we've balanced out the expenditures of the Water Department of $1,780,113, the Sewer Department of $4,989,779, and the Debt Service of $2,235,989, which balances out the budget.
Do we have any questions? No. Mr. Sullins, do you have any questions? Mr. Sullins?
Sorry, couldn't find the mute button. No, no questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wasabi, we'll move on for the resolution for the appropriation of the FY 2025-2026 King George County Service Authority operating budget.
Okay, the first thing on the operating budget, that needs to be approved before you move on to the appropriation resolution.
Thank you for reminding me. Can I have a motion for the adoption?
I make a motion that we adopt the FY 25-2026 King George County Service Authority operating budget.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second?
Motion probably seconded. Any discussion? Do this by roll call vote. Mr. Sullins? Mr. Sullins? I'll come back. Mr. Robotham?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Mr. Wasabi?
Okay, the next item you have in there under, of course, Virginia law, you have to appropriate funds in a budget because a budget is not an appropriation. And the Finance Department has prepared the appropriation resolution to allow those funds to be expended in the upcoming fiscal year. And the detail is in your packet, explains the methodologies and so forth that go forth. But basically, what's needed is now for the Board of Directors to appropriate the funds.
Thank you. Is there any questions for Mr. Wasabi? Do I have a motion?
Make a motion that we adopt the resolution for the appropriation of the FY 25-26 King George County Service Authority operating budget as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second?
Second.
I have a motion, a double second. Any discussion? All right, by vote, Mr. Robotham?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Next up, we'll have Mr. John Simmons from Emboden for the King George County Service Authority monthly report. They are our operators in charge in Emboden Environmental.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll keep the presentations short. I know you guys got a lot to cover this afternoon. If I can get it to work here. Give me just. Oh, sorry about that. So in the water system for the month of May, all regulatory samples and required regulatory reports were turned in and collected on time. And to talk about the water discussion on June 6th, IES was notified by Ms. Bender that there were complaints for the Claydale water system for turbidity and dirty water. Met with Kathy and Chris Conley at the water system to determine what was causing the issue. You know, we suspected that the well was causing the turbidity complaints, but we wanted to go out and verify anyway. So we went out, we talked to several different customers, checked the water at a couple of different fire hydrants, and we did find that the water was turbid. Went back to the well building, determined that it was coming from the groundwater source. John Eisenbeiss with maintenance met us on site. We then come up with, you know, a flushing for a couple of different particular streets. We didn't want to flush the entire system because you will stir it up and you can make it worse very quickly. So what we did is discuss the best way to attack that by flushing strategically. Flushing has commenced. They actually started flushing a week prior to June 6th, so they were already a little ahead of it. What we've done now, we've got most of it out of the system. We're still flushing, but we have to slow down and stop for a couple days in between to keep from making it worse. Once the well drilling is complete, which, we're hoping that's going to be soon, we're probably another at least a month or so before we see any end to that, then we will assess the situation and continue flushing at that time. So that concludes the water part of it. In the wastewater plants, all required samples were collected, reports were submitted to DEQ on time. We did have violations for the Perkins Corner and the Oakland Park system. That's kind of being a reoccurring issue. The Perkins, some of the things that were done there to improve treatment is maintenance went, they replaced all of the diffusers on the airdrops for better dissolved oxygen. That is enhancing treatment, that is improving the treatment process there. We have a violation for E. coli caused by the UV light disinfection system. Maintenance, after they replaced the UV lights at Dahlgren, they repurposed a lot of that equipment back to Perkins, done some repairs at Perkins, and now have the UV disinfection operating properly there. Oakland Park, we're still dealing with some of the septic sludge coming in from the collection system. Maintenance is also still involved in, removing that septic sludge. It's a process, it's gonna take time. And aeration diffusers are scheduled to be replaced at Oakland in the future so we can enhance treatment there as well. And that really concludes my report for the month. Does anybody have any questions?
Does anybody have any questions? And then I want to ask you a question about another issue that has come up.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Collins.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you, sir. You too.
So, we talk about the Claydale well. Did you know that well drilling was going to take place?
Oh, yeah, we all knew it was taking place.
So there was not a plan to mitigate that problem ahead of time?
You really don't know what's gonna happen until it is occurring, so there's no way to really predict it. And once in Bowdoin knew that there was water quality complaints, then we jumped in and helped the Service Authority get it resolved.
How far is that new well from the old well?
About 30 feet.
So you're familiar with well digging,
Oh, absolutely.
and you're familiar that it will cause this problem if you drill a certain distance, right?
I know it's possible.
Right. I wish that we had come up with a plan to not have this problem from the very get-go. There is a way to take care of that problem, is that correct?
No,
Beforehand?
not really. It's not, hindsight's always 20/20, but the system does not have any type of filtration. The only treatment there is disinfection, chlorine. So there's no way we could have filtered it. There's nothing that we could have done on our end to have resolved that.
So the water's going into a big holding tank, right?
Yes,
Why couldn't we put a filter on that?
you can put a filter on, but that requires time, engineering, approval processes. It's not as simple as what that sounds.
I hear you. But, so, in my house, if I have dirty water, I'll put a filter on it. I don't need engineering or time. So if this is a temporary problem, then why didn't we come up with a temporary solution?
What solution would you like to have seen, sir?
Some way to filter it.
There's no way to filter that. It would cost the Service Authority a significant amount of money to put a temporary filter system in there.
So, I don't really want to get into an argument with you, but I just don't understand how that's not possible. So you have water coming out of the ground, right? Am I right so far?
Yes,
Okay, it's going into a big tank, right?
yes,
And then the big tank goes out to people's house, right?
yes.
So when it goes into the big tank, you can't put a filter there?
No, you can put a filter there, but I don't think you understand the significance of that process. It's not as easy as it sounds. You're not gonna just put a little filter you buy at Lowe's. That's a municipal system there. That's not a household system.
I didn't expect a Lowe's filter, maybe 10 of them, just kidding. Okay, thank you, sir. Can I readdress you, Ms. Bender?
Yes, and hold on, I'm going to say at least in Bode's defense on this one is the bidding and the engineering was with consultants and our engineering staff, which Bowden does not have
No.
with that. So I just want to clarify, so if you would like to ask some questions of our engineering department, or they could find out from the consultants why that was not thought of, that would be,
Okay, I was trying to get information from him, Bowden, I wasn't trying to give him a hard time.
no,
Even
no,
though-
No, I'm being
even though it might
realistic.
have
There's
sounded
really,
that way.
there's really nothing you could have done here that wouldn't have cost the Service Authority a significant amount of money.
Well, so, I disagree, but I don't wanna sit here and go back and forth. I'm not an expert, I know you are, but they also said the middle school, when they put 5 roofs on them and it leaked all 5 times, and I went up there and looked at the middle school roof, and I said, here's why you got leaks. I'm not a roofer, but I have enough common sense.
you're too close to the mic.
I have enough common sense to know what something will work or don't work. And so I have enough common sense to understand that there is a filter you can put on it. And I don't know about all this engineering. Water in, water out. Water in, water out. Goes through a filter.
Do you
Anyhow.
understand the size of those filters?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I understand. So like, when you have a pool, you know.
Not the same, not even in
I
comparison.
know, but I'm
Not
just
even
trying
a
to explain to
comparison.
you filtering.
Right.
So all this water gets filtered, and it can be filtered, so we should have had a temporary solution, a temporary filter, so these people didn't have to do that. I'm not blaming you, I'm kind of blaming us.
Well, and I want to make sure, no matter who you blame, we're still being realistic. To put in probably something that would have cost approximately $1 million to filter this out, it would take probably 3 green sand filters.
There's no way
filter this,
it'd be $1
I
million.
mean, you've
for a
got several of
temporary
these
filter.
filter systems here on your systems currently. You
Mr.
know, this
Collins,
is not a small water system.
so we don't get into an argument here, because there are a lot of regulations involved too. What were your questions that you had for me?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to the service
Go ahead.
board about. Are you finished with your report?
Yes.
I
So-
have, you asked me the question, and I do have one more thing
Mhm.
Mr. Simmons has to explain to the
So,
board.
so knowing what we know about our problematic water system,
Mhm.
why would we let our people go through this when you could have had a temporary solution? There would have been a temporary solution, and I'll bring it back to you next meeting, and it's no $1 million.
I would
It's not
have
a-
to investigate that from the
You
engineering
got to add the
services we
engineering, there's a
consult with.
lot to it. It's not just purchasing a filter. you
And
know.
also, there are
Well-
regulations involved, Mr. Collins, from
Yes, there's
DEQ.
regulations for everything, but life is full of, it's supposed to be common sense, not government can't figure out its left hand from its right hand and can't get clean water when they know they're gonna have dirty water when they dig that thing. Like I go back to the middle school, 5 roofs, $15-20 million later.
But
And some guy had to walk up there and say, that's not gonna work.
But as you know, government sometimes doesn't make common sense,
Well,
especially with regulations.
that's what we're supposed to do, Ms. Bender.
I know. Well, I will tell you 2 things that we have implemented at the Service Authority afterwards. We have set apart a call log that now the staff at the Service Authority will be filling out weekly with water quality concerns, so that there's a running, unfortunately, the system broke down a little bit, and we needed to have a better process of recording those water quality, when it was water quality concerns. So now there is a call log that, our 2 staff members in the Service Authority will now do it weekly and send to myself and Mr. Rasavi until he's gone, and then hopefully the new general manager, they'll be updating it weekly and have a report so that people can see when there's a water quality concern, so that when we see a lot of people in one location, we can send somebody out there to do a little more further investigation. And then lastly, another plan, as we know in the past with the Service Authority, preventive maintenance probably wasn't always done in a timely manner or in a proper manner or at all, is Mr. Eisenbeiss, our maintenance staff, and in Bowden are going to come up with a full system flushing plan, and then that probably take a year to do, so that all the fire hydrants are flushed and there's a plan to it. But that's going to take probably, I was hoping the end of June, but it'll probably take a couple of months to come up with a proper plan for flushing the system.
Can I ask you a question on flushing the system?
Yes.
So we used to flush the system once a year. What plan do you need to come up with?
I don't know
do
if
the
they
same
actually did flush it. It has, from my understanding, it's been years since the whole,
I have observed it.
I meant the whole system.
There's many systems.
There's 9 water systems.
Right. So I've seen them flush them year after year. I've seen the water, well, either that or it's a gigantic leak coming out of a hydrant.
I cannot say what you have observed, Mr. Collins. I'm just saying what we've implemented policy now to implement for future.
A policy for a policy policy.
There we go. 3 Ps. Mr. Simmons, I do want to bring, I've brought this up in meetings about the new regulation that will take effect on July 1st. And you had a webinar today, and it's kind of interesting. They implement a policy because of the issues in Richmond and in the Rapidan Service Authority in the last year, and there's a policy about reporting, and it seems it has become a little more detailed. And you had a webinar this morning that you were part of, and they're not even exactly sure how to implement it, and we have to implement it by July 1st. So could you explain and what that is going to, the challenges that's going to create for the Service Authority?
What that looks like, you know, to keep it simple until get all the bugs worked out, is when you do have an event that can create, you know, a health concern to the public or a loss of water pressure, a loss of service, you have 2 hours to make notification to the health department about that. If you have a failure within the system that does not cause a water loss or, you know, some type of chemical influence to the system, then you have to report it on your monthly report. They have changed the way that we submit the monthly reports. They've changed the things that you have to report every month. What that's going to do is that's going to really increase the amount of time and labor hours involved in submitting those documents and getting those reports accurate. So what it's done is put a little bit more focus on water systems. And, you know, when you have big municipalities or even small systems that are neglecting their water systems, they're not going to be able to get away with that any longer. You know, now here at King George, we don't have the issues of a lot of failed equipment and things that we basically ignore. The water system is pretty sound, but it is one of the things that is going to change on the reporting side of it, and it's going to be a large increase, you know, for us on our side, and as well as the Service Authority Maintenance Department to make sure they get that information to us on a monthly basis. So all around, it's going to be a bit of a burden on the Service Authority, on Bowdoin, and any other water system in the state of Virginia, but it is a necessary change.
And it also has a 2-hour reporting component into it,
Yes,
right?
if it's an emergency that's going to require an upset in a water system, you know, whether it's a health effect or a loss of power, loss of service, loss of pressure, you have 2 hours to make that notification.
To VDH, correct?
To VDH.
So I just want everybody aware of that because it might cause some staffing concerns in the future.
Oh, I certainly will.
All right. Does anybody have any other questions? Or Mr. Sullins, do you have any more questions for Bowdoin? I'm guessing no. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I will come back to address Claydale. I have a full report on 2 matters, so I'm going to go now to Mr. Rasavi giving his final report. And I do want to thank him. I've worked closely with Mr. Rasavi over the last year and a half, and he's brought a lot to our service authority, our county. And I was in finance this morning, and they are going to be very sad to see Mr. Rasavi go. So, Mr. Rasavi, for your final report.
Well, a year ago, I'm not going to read it to you because you all are more than capable of reading it yourself, but basically a year ago, you know, you asked me to assist you with hiring a new county administrator, which we accomplished to prepare your budget last year, and we worked on that. And then it was brought up a few problems with the service authority. So I believe that was probably a few in a day. It was probably what it was meant. But so I've looked at those, and I think, you know, there's no sense in repeating. You know, there's a lot of systemic problems with the service authority, and there's no need to recount how they occurred or why they occurred and so forth, because the bottom line is that they have to be fixed. I think one thing was positive when I got here and we started working with the ARPA grant funds and so forth. I think it was a very wise decision to close the Perkins Quarter plant because it was never designed to handle the type of volume that's being put into that plant. And so the operators of that plant just have a very difficult time. It's sort of like racing a Model T in the Indianapolis 500. No matter how hard you try, it's not going to be a great success. So I think that's good. You'll be receiving next month the report, I believe, from the engineering firm regarding the redirection of the water and sewer lines from Oakland Park in anticipation of the future surface water treatment plant to serve that. But I believe that is important to close that plant as well because, again, it was not designed for the purpose that it's being used for. And so I think it's wise to try to have 3 plants, the Dahlgren plant, the Fairview plant, and the Hopyard plant, which will be much more conducive. A smaller plant is much more difficult to run than a larger treatment plant. So I think that is heading in the right direction. I know the county engineer has prepared to purchase under the grant a sludge press for the Hopyard plant, which will greatly reduce the cost of the pump and hauling that's been going on over the years. And I think the last plant, the question is the Fairview plant, which I believe is very small and basically residential. Perhaps the future general manager can look into the possibility of drying beds to see if that would be economically more feasible than pumping and hauling. But I believe that's something that should be looked at in the future. Also, I know we've had much discussion, and I know Mr. Stroud has talked to me about the purple pipe and so forth. I think that's something that probably should be considered, although in the preliminary draft, it's a very sizable number to do that, to run it back to the industrial park. And my recommendation would be that to find the actual end users of that to pay for that, because I don't know that that would be fair to place that burden on the other users within your system. And so I think that's something that can be explored, and the data can be examined and to determine the feasibility of that, because one, you're going to have to upgrade your treatment plant to send that water back to be used, non-potable water, for the various uses that may arise. So those things are all have to be considered, and what you could charge for that water, because there has to be some means to pay the maintenance and operation of sending that water back to the various end users of that water reuse. I think one thing that's important, the staff, the salaries of a lot of our folks has made it difficult we've lost people at the Service Authority, and it's been very difficult to hire people. And I think as the county does its review of the salary scales and personnel policy, that will be very important to include the Service Authority in that, because it's critical that you have a well-trained workforce to carry out the duties of that department. I think that one of the challenges that your new general manager will have is preparing replacement pumps and other equipment to provide the seamless operation when something breaks down, that those parts are readily available to make the repair and keep the system operational. Also, the FOG program, which you adopted an ordinance a year ago, and unfortunately we had to move on from the FOG inspector. That position needs to be filled very soon, because we believe that there, unfortunately, without the inspections taking place, we believe there are those type of elements entering the system causing problem for the wastewater operators. Perhaps the single challenge, largest challenge you're going to face is preparing to get off of subsurface water and treating surface water in whatever form that may be. That's going to be a very expensive proposition. that the county, probably one of the most expensive propositions that the county has ever undertaken via the Service Authority. So that's something that you'll have to, current board and subsequent boards will have to commit significant resources to deal with this mandate from the Commonwealth. And my final observation is that the Service Authority, as general manager and board, need to submit some of these capital improvement requirements that are needed. So, for example, we just did the micro screen that was replaced last week out at the Dahlgren plant. But some of these other projects and equipment need to be submitted to the county administrator and the planning commission through that budget, because basically they're not high profile or glamorous projects, but they're basically to the foundation of the revenue growth of the county and the economic development efforts. So I think that is something that will need to be looked at more closely by the board of directors.
Thank you, Mr. Savi. Any questions for Mr. Savi? Mr. Collins?
Mr. Wasabi?
Yes.
I'd like to say thank you for the amount of work that you've done in the last year and a half. You've brought a system that's been failing for 20 years and brought it forward, along with your help with when you first came on as the senior advisor to the board. You did a wonderful job getting everything in line, getting us a county administrator, and I commend you for your work. I know that there's nothing I can say or do or bow at your knees or anything to keep you here, but I'd just like to thank you so much for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Wasabi in his report? You're going to hear him a couple more times because I'm going to have to cue to him for some of my report. Mr. Solons, do you have anything?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Wasabi, the next thing I'm going to bring up, and I'm going to send this to Ms. Fish to send out to the board of directors because I had to put it on some letterhead and fix it up a little bit to be easier to read. But we did finally last week get a report about the Dahlgren water leak. So, Mr. Wasabi, can you give some information on that?
Well, basically, the rural water associations individual did not find any major leaks. Obviously, they found a number of smaller leaks, and they've made some suggestions to the maintenance staff to look at structures that are not operational right now and some other things. We're also, BOD is going to have the wells tested to certify that there's no problems with those meters there. And the other day I sat down with the administrative staff of the Service Authority to go through the process of when we get the readings from the individual homes and we transmit that electronically to muni billing to make sure that we've audited that to make sure there's no conversion problem. And we checked, and that didn't seem to be a problem. So we're still sort of at a puzzling situation at the moment of, although I think, John Simmons, you indicated today that number has come down somewhat, but there is some information which I forwarded to those who will be here starting in July, that there is a firm out of Richmond that does a very extensive leak testing and so forth if we cannot assess where the problem is.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Wasabi? Mr. Collins?
So, Mr. Wasabi, like, we're going to get ready to have a public hearing in a little while for TRW. It's a marine outfit, and I saw in their packet that they're going to need water and sewer because their water and sewer is in front of where they're going to go. Is there any capacity to add on any? And if there is, that's good. If there's not, then would that put that application at a void because you couldn't, tap on?
Well, I don't know, John, did you want to help address that? I mean, I don't know that we have a lot of leeway in trying to figure out this variance, but it's, quite frankly, it's very puzzling to, we've looked at the one site that you suggested. I think, John, you tested for chlorine residual and you found none.
Yeah, the site that you had recommended I look at last meeting, we went over and checked it out. There is a good bit of groundwater in that area. We did check it for chlorine to see if it was treated water. It came back without chlorine, but there's also other factors that could take the chlorine out of that water. So we will continue to look at that because it did get my attention, you know, so whoever told you it was wet there, they were right. But there's been so many rain events, it's kind of hard to catch it when it wouldn't be runoff water. So, and as far as how it would affect this new business that you're going to hear about tonight, it's not going to affect that because we are still within our withdrawal limits. But what we don't have is enough water to have a, you know, whole subdivision built, something like that. But one business, it's not going to affect that. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions on the water leak? Mr. Davis, since it's your district. Mr. Sullins, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Savi. I'm going to be having you give me some more information in my report. It's a little lengthy, but I'll try to summarize it quickly. But we, there is one matter that we do need to bring off to the Board of Directors, and that's about the robot that will be starting to do work. Mr. Savi, can you give a little bit more information? And this is an emergency, so this is an $101,000 purchase that we are doing. So Mr. Rasavi is going to explain it.
Now that the screen, the micro screen has been put back in place, all the rags and other contaminants and so forth that's made its way into the treatment plant need to be cleaned out. And the problem is that type of plant design, you just can't shut down the plant to do this. So we had to look at alternatives to try to get this cleaned up and help improve the testing for that plant. These robots will be placed in the plant and they will pump into our digesters. We worked out an agreement with them. They usually bring in their own dewatering and so forth, but Imboden worked with these folks to when they do this pump out, it will go directly into our digesters so they can then pump out the sludge through our regular process. And I believe it's anticipated to be about 20 days, is that right, John? To try to deal with these issues that we've been facing. So hopefully, once that gets completed, then the plant will be able to function at a higher level, and hopefully the testing results will improve significantly.
And for the public's knowledge, this has to do with the Dahlgren wastewater plant. And right now, it needs this cleaning to help stay in compliance because it is a regulatory issue.
And the IFAS system will be, which is a series of sort of curtains that helps lower some of the nitrates and so forth. The maintenance staff will start removing those on Monday and cleaning them with the new jetter that we got. And as this process, because basically that system is catching a lot of these rags and other debris that's made its way into the plant. And so they will be removing those so the robots can completely clean thoroughly throughout the entire orbital run.
And then I just wanted to make it aware is why that purchase order has not come from the board. It has been designated as an emergency due to the violation. So that it has been signed, they will be coming. They're a company, there's very few that do this, correct? And we had to get on their list of, or it's been a while before we could get on their list to come out and do this. They're coming from Texas. So does anybody have any questions for myself or Mr. Rasavi? Mr. Robotham?
Yeah, just one question on the robot. Once it's installed at the Dahlgren plant, is it stationary for life at the Dahlgren plant, or if there's a need, can we take it to a separate plant?
No, they're transportable to other plants. They, I don't recall how many he said they're going to be bringing, but just one. And so, it will work and pump, the debris and sludge out of there. And so he estimates 20 days, unless there's, I guess, something that's unanticipated that we can't tell.
And I think I'm correct, we don't own it, they just bring it and it does
Yes.
the service, and then it
Right.
is not ours. This is actually for the process.
So this is just for a service, it's not for
Yes.
actually purchasing the
Yes.
unit? Okay.
And as we know at our Dahlgren plant, it is very interesting with the trains, and so we had to find a process that would actually work in our system to be able to clean it out under its current condition. Anybody else have any questions on that one? Mr. Solms?
Nope.
All right. I will now finish my general manager report and then open it back up for secondary public comment. Considering the water master plan, Mr. Young and I meet regularly as check-in meetings with Bowman Consulting staff. A couple of things they brought up in our last meeting is we are working on assessing potential sites for a water intake reservoir storage tank site and water treatment plant. They're collecting data from potential high water industrial users to create accurate demand projections for that rubber water treatment facility. We do have to provide that data to the consulting staff. Topics to be considered for our criteria list is a connection point, elevation, cost to purchase or lease the land, and then the infrastructure needed for all of the things we need, like the intake and the water treatment plant. We also have some data, kind of, it was a little alarming, but it was just, I was not surprised. So Bowman has been doing a really good job of assessing all our data, our current, future projections and all that, and they found that a lot of our past projection data was wrong, and it was flawed, and it was not properly evaluated. And the modeling they've done, just cursory for milestones up to 2050, show a higher potential demand projection. Today, they've found that we need about 900,000 MGD for all 9 water systems, which is not the number that we were told, especially when we had some public hearings in 2023. Much lower number was thrown out. And a forecast of 1.3 MGD by 2040 and beyond. And those numbers for the projections are taken from the Weldon Cooper Center and other agencies that the state uses for gathering data on future needs and growth in the localities in the state of Virginia. And are on tap for a finished report by the end of October. I have pushed hard for them to give us that example for the sites for the intake and the water treatment plant earlier, because that is more vital for us to find that land and lock it in before some other folks gobble it up for other uses. The other thing, the Dahlgren sewer line rehabilitation, or the INI, that we've been videotaping and cleaning approximately 14,000 feet of sewer pipe and rehabilitating manholes. Tri-State Utilities is continuing with lining, and Visit Sewer is rehabbing the manholes, and weather has impacted their schedule. That's why it's taking a little longer. At the Potomac Landing Fairview Beach well that Mr. Collins has asked me personally about, there's a drilling for a 360-foot well to increase the water production capacity. The construction started in January, and it was completed. But the firm, Tuano, I think I pronounced it right, they were sent down after this for a job in James City County, and if anybody knows, we're at 2 different ends of the aquifer. We're the tip of the feather, and they're the bigger end of the feather. Well, when they were down there, they encountered some issues drilling the well, and they worked with VDH and DEQ to come up with a solution. And so they asked if they could come back and try it with us for free of charge. Free of charge. I just want people to hear that, free of charge, to test the other end of the aquifer, and that's why they're back out there right now, testing to see if they can do the same procedure on ours to increase our capacity in our well. And once again, they're doing it free of charge. So that's why you might see the residents out there, them back again. So that's good news, and a lot of data collection has been happening with DQ and VDH concerning the aquifer. So it gives them some more tools in their toolbox to look at the aquifer and the data collection. Concerning the Peppermill well, or the Claydale well, it's called the Peppermill well, but it services Claydale, Peppermill, and surrounding areas like Potts Lane. It's a 960-foot deep well to increase the water production capacity. This was mandated by DEQ. We did not have a choice. They are, and Mr. Simmons, can you come back up and explain a little bit more exactly what is going on? You explained it better to me today in our coordination meeting, and I'd like you to explain a little better. Exactly what they're doing, how they're...
So basically what they're doing is they're required to drill a new well, they're required to screen it into one aquifer so you don't have cross-contamination between your aquifers. And so you have, I think, 3 aquifers in that area, and they're gonna make sure that it's only pulling water from one. Because right now, the screening was not done to today's standard in the old well, so that's why you're required to drill a new one.
Thank you. You
You're
explained it much better than I could. We already talked about what happened on June 6th, and trying to see if I got everything. They traced the turbidity, and we're still working on the problem, and I kind of covered everything else on that one that I have in my notes, or at least that printed out when I printed this out. Do anybody have any questions on my general manager's report? Mr. Collins?
So I just want to make a comment again about the water,
Mm-hmm.
because it really frosts me that this lady came up here with this dirty water, and we said, go home. It's okay. Well, I wouldn't drink the water. I wouldn't bathe my kids or even my dog in that water. I understand it's clearing up, but we just can't say, tough work, it's your life, you deal with it. There's 5 of us, and, within the recent 2 years, there's been so much happened, and it's been all positive. But then when something like this comes up, it just sucks the life out of me that this lady is here showing us this. And there has got to be some other solution than to say, suck it up, lady.
I never said that. I can tell you, I never said that. I answered every phone call and every email. I even called back the numbers that were on my phone. And Ms. Miller knows I called her back. There's only so much I know I can do and our staff can do in following the regulations and everything that's required. We did go out there several times, and our service authority staff has been out there regularly flushing, but allowing it to sit for a while. So I'm not as sure what we can do more. This water has also been tested. I mean, what are we looking for, Mr. Collins? I don't know how to give you a 100% answer.
So these people pay a lot of money for their water and sewer. And they should be able to drink their water. They should be able to take a bath in their water. They should be able to flush a toilet and it goes away. So, John said that they knew ahead of time that this well was going to be dug. And he said he understood, that some of these things happen during those things occur. So I would have thought that we would have had some kind of something to not have this occur, because quite frankly, I'm a member of the board of directors, and it's quite embarrassing for me to see this woman come up here and do this. And I've seen it in my own neighborhood where the water is filthy and nobody seems to care. They just say, oh, So without beating the dead horse too far, I'm just very frustrated, and I think you can tell from what I'm been saying that we should not have these citizens coming up here and showing us dirty water. This shouldn't happen. This is 2025. If it costs $1 trillion to make sure they have clean water, well, let's do it. If it costs $1 million for a filter, which I still have a hard time accepting, let's do it. But they shouldn't be having sub-quality water. Would you expect that? I know other people here on the board are on a well, and if they had bad water, they would get somebody to fix their water. And they're paying for their water. It's not like they're getting it for free. So I'll leave it alone, but I'm just so frustrated, angry, and I don't even know what else to say. Thank you.
I will move on to secondary public comment to allow the public to kind of digest what has been said here and then come up. So I'm just going to read the verbiage and then please come up. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment so that it can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Would anybody like to come up and speak? Ms. Miller, go right ahead.
I'd like to just say, Kathy, thank you for answering my call. It has been, that has been helpful. I just don't know why we didn't have communication ahead of time going with you, Mr. Collins. There should have been, you know, nobody knew these problems could occur. Like, why wasn't, nothing, it's just like a shock. And it started in April. You call the service authority, they were giving you all kinds of answers. Communication is poor, which I've spoke to her about. We need better communication here. I'm not drinking the water, no matter what anyone says, what a test says. There's no way that I can do that. I don't feed it to the dog, nothing like that. So, like I said, I think we need compensation somehow, some way, while we're dealing with this, because what's the end date, Kathy, of all of this being over? Do you have an end date?
I will, after everybody gives public comment, I'll give
Okay,
that.
so an end date would be great. Water would be great. Bring in water. I mean, I don't know what else to say, but it's very disappointing. And again, the biggest thing, communicate with your people.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to get up and give public comment? Sir?
I'm Alfred Reed, and my family is on Pepper Mill Road. And some of the information that we've heard today is kind of enlightening. We're not pleased with it, and I don't want to go through a list of things that we're kind of fearful about. And I don't mean to pick out people independently. I haven't met most of you, but after all these months that we've endured the ugly water that we get and the lack of pressure in the water that we get, and the poor people over there that are working on the new tanks work hours after hours after hours with the machinery banging up and down. I welcome that if it's doing something good. My wife and I are not, we kind of feel like that we're a bunch of rookies. And some of the explanations that were given earlier today that said, oh, well, we didn't know about that. And we've stopped drinking the water. We're not a bunch of fascists, but we have children, we have babies, and we have ourselves. And every carrier in our house that has water in it, it's ugly. It really is. And early in this meeting, and I'll just leave, I'll make this short. I don't want to hog the time. But at the beginning of the explanations, it sounded kind of ridiculous. And we should have done this, or it just seems like nothing's been done correctly about it. And I think something, again, I'm not an expert on this. We trust what's going on, but it looks and seems to us that we're going backward. And I hope that I'd like to answer any questions from any of you if you think I'm going overhead about or being too much a complainer. I'd be glad to answer that. But I thank you for letting me talk about it, and I hope that it didn't come across as a personal attack about anybody, but it just seems like we're a bunch of know-nothings. It's like we decided to go to school before, a day before the finals, or we're way behind from what I can see. And I hope I haven't gone over my,
That's okay, sir.
by my comments. If somebody wants to beat me up, that's fine.
That's
I don't-
okay.
I
Thank
don't
you
mind.
so much for coming and talking.
Okay.
I appreciate you.
And my name is William Reed.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
sir. Would anybody else like to come up and give public comment? Is there anybody online that would like to give public comment? All right. Thank you. Before Mr. Collins asks a question, the one thing I want to mention is, we have processes in place to try to be better. I can't go back in the past and fix the past, but I can try to be better. And we have been making sure we do KG alerts now. I hope all of you have seen it. If not, please sign up for KG Alert. Some folks don't realize when they upgraded KG Alert, you now have to click on certain things. So if you signed up a long time ago, it doesn't send you everything that KG Alert, you're selective. So please go back online and make sure you're selected for the Service Authority updates. You can even fine tune it so you don't get everything. You can just get for your specific system. So please check that out and sign up for the KG Alert, because that is one really good way that the information gets out to you. And you asked for a date of completion, and I'll be honest, that is something I can't give you. All I can tell you is when the end of the contract is for the driller, but there are other things in play, especially with a well, because of it being in public water, is whatever we do, all the processes, and it's very near the end of the processes that are done to drill the well and test the well, but it also has regulatory processes, which means VDH and DEQ have to come and they have to do their thing, and then that might require more sampling and testing. So a finite date I cannot give you because of the nature of it being a well and the regulations that are with that. But the contract for the well is, the end of the contract is September. That is the contract we signed. So I just can't give you a definitive date because of the other parts to the puzzle, to finally approving it and giving it its stamp of approval. And I know that's not an answer you want to hear, but that's all I can tell you. Mr. Collins?
So Ms. Bender, so how much does water cost to bring in?
That I would have to explore. I can't tell you.
So we
But
just spent $101,000 on a robot. If it's under $100,000, I would think that we could have a motion that would bring in some water so these people don't have to deal with this. I mean, we are in the service business. We have to take care of these people. We just can't say it'll clear up whenever they get done. Why can't we buy water? It can't be that expensive.
Now, are you talking about bottled water or water
No,
like in a
I'm
tank?
talking about, trucks bringing in water and filling the tank.
Mr. Smolik, I know you had asked Mr. Lynn about that. Do you have some information?
Yes, ma'am. I had some preliminary discussions with the fire chief and with Captain Lind, our emergency services coordinator. Since the test came back with they came back within the allowable parameters, we would have to, VDEM would not be, the two opinions of those two individuals who run emergency services for the county, VDEM would not be bringing in a truck. We could pay for it if you would like me to explore this. Mr. Collins, I can work with Ms. Bender and get if a potable water truck, is that something, for the residents? If it's the will of this board of directors, I can work with Ms. Bender and we can make that happen.
So, I mean, many jurisdictions will bring in water for these water emergencies, and I would consider this a water emergency. So, I would like to have an emergency motion to.
I was just going to correct, Mr. Smolik did check on that designation of a water emergency, and that was what he was explaining, that under the rules, they do not say it's a water emergency.
No, I'm saying King George County Service Authority water emergency. I'm not saying state water emergency or VDEM or VHA, VHU, VHA. I'm talking about King George County, that we bring in water, we buy water, we fill the tanks until this is over with. So I'm gonna make an emergency motion to move that forward at least the cost of under $150,000. Second me, Bill.
The only question I have is, I have to shoot back to Mr. Rosavi about, do we have contingency funds in the budget? For what amount?
We'll have to, I don't know the answer right off the top of my head, but are you talking about bringing bottled water in or a tanker?
A tanker?
Tanker.
I don't know how much that would cost, but yes,
So like when people bring in water for their pools in a big tanker,
yes.
they only charge a couple $100 for that gigantic tank. So that's not even,
Madam Chair, I think, Mr. Collins ought to make sure if you're talking about tankers of potable water versus
yes,
pool water.
Right.
There's a difference.
but,
in
so
your
the cost
motion.
wouldn't be that different is what I'm saying. So they bring them in by the tractor trailer. You can get them, come in by the tractor trailer and fill the tanks. Once a day, twice a day, once a week, whatever it takes for the amount of usage. So I put the motion out there and I put it for $150,000.
Mr. Collins, why I was asking, I just want to make sure we have the budgetary, when you're setting a number, that we have the funds to cover for that particular, what do we need to put that motion at to make sure that we have the funds to cover it?
I put a number on it.
I think what she's saying is, though, that it comes back at 160,
Then-
your motion's dead.
So,
So what she's trying to say is, get a number of what that's gonna look like. Maybe that should have been addressed before we came in here tonight, as far as looking at a number of what it would cost for this idea. Explore it from that end.
I'm not saying against the idea, I'm just making sure that we have the funds available and that we have the information to do this.
Mr. Rosavi, he's a genius. He'll come up with the money. So there's no doubt in my mind he'll come up with the money.
I don't think the auditors would
Yeah,
like
but
to hear that.
he'll figure it out. He's a genius, literally.
I believe, Mr. Smolnick might be able to look tomorrow under the state contract. I believe there used to be a company that did potable water for various projects. I don't recall exactly what that is off the top of my head, but if, you can get the, procurement staff to look at under the state procurement website, I believe there's various contracts out there that cover that.
So, Ms. Bender, can I amend my motion?
Yes, go right
Well,
ahead.
actually, the water can be provided by some of our other systems.
We have 8
Is
other
that
wells.
correct? So we don't have to buy water. We can
Okay.
provide that
Better
water
yet.
to fill the tank. We just need the potable tankers to make it available at whatever location you deem appropriate.
I'm sure some company would be willing to do that for a cost. So my motion would be for $150,000. If it exceeds that amount, we'll come back with an emergency meeting to discuss if it's more than that.
I'll second.
What would be just a question on the motion, is the time frame?
Tomorrow,
No, I meant like full time frame, until what time?
till this well is clear and passed all the testing from VDH and so it shouldn't be very long.
Now, I do have a second question. If we do this, and I'm asking an honest question, that would be something we need to ask someone who's a little more expertise than myself, is then how does that interfere with the process of the testing of the new well and all that? Does that interfere at all with that?
I don't think you would be, whatever the water supply that would be used would be coming from one of the other systems, where you would access it. You wouldn't be accessing the water that's in question.
Right, and why I asked that, you were talking about filling up the tank. You know, you could also just have the truck parked. I'm not exactly sure the mechanics of that, so I just wanted to, that would be something we need to look into. Since you're just bringing this up now, I haven't been able to look into that.
Well, until Ms. Miller brought that water up here, I didn't know I needed to look into it. So I'm trying to come up with a solution for our citizens to take care of the problem now with some limitations on it. You know, John said $1 million for a filter, so I would think that this would be a better solution temporarily, so these people can get back to their life. Who wants to fill water in a bathtub for your baby and it look like that? You know, what, this is what we're supposed to be doing. My motion's on the table, it's been seconded.
That's fine. A motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those, does this have to have a, since it has money? Okay. Mr. Robotham?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
You know I'm a aye.
I'm just getting it on record. Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
And I should have asked, Mr. Sullins, did you have any discussion since you've been the silent man in the ceiling?
No, I've shared before. I mean, I trust the testing. It's passing the testing. It's safe to drink. It's ugly. It is what it is. But it's safe to drink. I've been drinking it, bathing, brushing my teeth, and all that with it. So I'm not that worried about it. The only thing that worries me is, you know, for the sake of our customers that are stressed out about it. I do care about that. But my family's just making it work.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sullins. Chair votes aye, motion carries. Do you have anything else, Mr. Collins? Mr. Davis?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for being passionate. Thank you for bringing it up. I know you made a comment, it felt like we're going backwards, but sometimes this is what progress looks like. Everything looks like failure in the middle. You know, you're in the middle of it. It looks like failure. So this is, you know, the wells being dug for that community to help with a lot of the issues that are going on over there. I don't know what foresight they could have had into whether that well being in where it was dug and whether it was going to cause any issues on it. I believe the water to be safe, but it doesn't matter what I think about the water being safe. If you think it's not usable for you and you don't feel safe using it, then they should do something about it. Okay, but it is progress. You know, this is something that we've been inherited. The service authority's been an issue for 30 years. We've been on the board for myself a year and a half, and we've made a ton of progress in it. And this is what some of it, you know, unfortunately it gets messy and looks like this. But I apologize for that. But we'll do what we can to fix it.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Robotham, did you want to give a comment?
I was just going to add, I guess, one thing, not necessarily to Mr. Collins's motion, but I know this is going to take time, right? Getting a company, whether we get the potable water tanks, the county has a lot of trucks, the service authority has a lot of trucks. We could move tanks around. Tanks generally aren't that expensive. When you look at a 1,000-gallon tank, you can put that in the back of an F-250. But as that takes time, is there anywhere in the county, if someone is able to, you know, bring a 5-gallon bucket of water that they need to go fill up somewhere, can we find out if there's a way to set up I don't know, like a service station where they can get potable water for immediate drinking if this is a large concern for people in the community?
Mr. Wasabi?
The past, when people have had difficulties in getting water or whatever the issue was, that they can come to a site. I'll have to ask John Eisenbeiss, I don't know where that site is, where people can come and fill 5-gallon jugs or whatever. Actual at the service authority itself. And so what will have to be done is the staff will have to look into buying a lot of plastic jugs and so forth to have available for people to fill those jugs up and so forth. So, but again, I believe there's state contracts out there. And I think if the county administrator has his staff check with VDEM, that they would be able to direct you to some of those locations, because when you have hurricanes and other disasters, there are vendors out there that handle that. So I don't think it's going to be anywhere near 150,000 to accomplish this, but you know, the staff will just have to check into those things.
And I've already directed my staff 3 minutes ago to look into this, and I blind copied everybody on their correspondence.
Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you for the citizens that came forward. And, next up, can I have a motion, for a closed session?
Pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2, TAC 3711,
Could I make amendment to your motion, sir? I'd like to amend it to include Mr. Razavi.
Motion properly amended. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, motion carries. Mr. Solons, we will call you in the closed session room.
Sounds good.
We are in closed session.
I move that the King George County Service Authority Board of Directors return to public meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Mr. Sullins, are you and I also, I'm guessing? Sorry, I almost got you.
Yep, did you get me?
Yep. All right, we have a second motion?
I move that the King George County Service Authority Board of Directors certify by vote that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting. No action was taken on matters discussed in the closed session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
So we will certify by roll call. Mr. Sullins?
So certified.
Mr. Robotham?
So certified.
Mr. Collins?
So certified.
Mr. Davis?
So certified.
Mr. Stroud?
So certified.
And Chair, so certified, Kathy Binder. We are now back in an open meeting. Mr. Robotham, I'm waiting for this vote. This has been a while. Yes. Yes, I will at the end.
Are we allowed to, do we go with,
Name.
By name, correct? By name. How will we make the motion? By name.
My name.
Yep.
I make a motion that we hire Mr. Dan Hamilton as the King George County Service Authority General Manager.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stroud, I just want to double check. Do we have to put any language about the signing of the contract in that?
Can we say, and approve the draft contract, and authorize the general manager, service authority to execute? Or
So moved.
chairman, I'm sorry.
So moved. Do we have another second on that?
Second.
Second, motion properly seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Mr. Hamilton, would you like to come up and introduce yourself, our new general manager? Yes. We always do that.
Turn around and face
Well,
them.
come right up to the podium in the
Do this for the
microphone.
record. All right, my name is Dan Hamilton. I'm a native of Calvert County, Maryland. I was actually born in Europe, but I've been over there since I was about 2. I've got 50-some years there. I've been in the water and wastewater industry since I graduated college in 1989. I'm a geologist and also a professional engineer. Most recently, I've worked for the Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission, which is the agency that serves Prince George's and Montgomery County, Maryland, right outside of D.C. We had 2 million customers there and something like 450,000 connections. And I did construction management there. I mean, there's a lot of projects there, about $1 billion worth of work. So I've got a lot of experience, strong background in both groundwater and surface water. And I hear some problems here tonight that sound very unfortunate, and I just hope I can make a difference. I can tell you I will be commuting pretty regularly. I'm a caretaker for my elderly mom, but I will be committed to you folks and take the matter of drinking water very seriously. It's public health. You make your baby formula with it. You brush your teeth with it. You shower in it. And I hear some unsatisfied people here tonight. So hopefully we can help get those things worked out.
Well, thank you very much
I'm
for,
honored for the opportunity, by the way. Appreciate it.
thank you very much, and you'll be starting on July 15th. And we really appreciate you considering us and helping us on our, I call it the roadmap to success. So thank you very much.
Thank you all. Appreciate it very much.
All right, well, that was a long Service Authority General Meeting, but a positive one in the end. So do I have a motion? Oh, wait a minute, before I get the motion, there was one thing I forgot in my General Manager's report. Mr. Young and I and Mr. Connolly spent a whole day with DEQ. As I said, I've made a lot of friends in DEQ in my time doing my role. And we spent the whole day touring all the ARPA projects. So just so those know is, they were coming because there seems to be some push to maybe claw back some of that money for the ARPA funds that haven't been expended. So they came out because they're really monitoring the funds that haven't been expended. So we showed them all the projects in motion. They were very happy. I had a great discussions with them, and they even sent me some information about some loan funding, very low interest or no interest loans that they might be willing to put us in contact with and give us for all the projects we're doing, because they see positiveness, and it was a very positive meeting. So it was a good day-long visit to all our sites, so I do want to bring that up. Mr. Robotham, you ready?
I move that we adjourn the Board of Directors to Tuesday, July 1st, 2025 at 5:30 in the boardroom in the Rivercombe Building.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, motion properly seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. We are adjourned for the Service Authority Board of Directors. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. So next up for us, we have a public hearing. King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that's been properly advertised to receive public input regarding the application Z 2024-00239 Taylor Whitaker TRW Marina. I will first ask for the staff report. I will then open the floor for public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker to ensure everyone has the opportunity to speak. At that point in time, please state your full name and the district which you vote. Upon completion of public comment, I will bring the matter back to the board for consideration. All right, so right now, we want to hear from the staff. Ms. LaDuke.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to just give a brief overview of the application and the Planning Commission action, and then turn it over to the applicant. Mr. Taylor Whitaker, who's here tonight, has applied to rezone approximately 2.39 acres of land from R1 to C2 General Commercial with voluntary proffers. The subject property is located at 4509 James Madison Parkway, just west of the intersection with Potomac Drive. The proposed use of the property is to construct and operate a boat showroom with service bays and approximately 6,000 square feet of flex commercial space. The property lies within the Dahlgren settlement area as designated in the comprehensive plan. A key policy for future development in the Dahlgren settlement area states that commercial development is recommended to follow the existing prevailing development pattern along Route 301. This area of King George is home to several residences, businesses, and NSF Dahlgren. The area is also served by public utilities. The application was reviewed by all county and state reviewing agencies, and their comments were addressed throughout the review process, and these same agencies will have the opportunity to comment during the site plan review process should this project move forward. The Planning Commission considered this application at their meeting on May 13th, where they voted 7-1 to forward a favorable recommendation to you all. Ordinance O-07-25 is before you for your consideration, and I'll now turn it over to Mr. Whitaker and Mr. Welford.
Mr. Chairman, could we ask you a question real quick?
Sure, I think.
So going over the application, I reviewed the whole application, and there's a lot of them that aren't filled out. Page 9, there's a bunch of, where they had, the owner applicant had to sign it, and a bunch of them aren't signed.
I can address that. So that is the original application that was turned in. The forms that you're looking at, the affidavit forms, I believe, those came later after they mailed out the public adjacent property owner notifications and posted the sign. So what's in the packet, and I'll do better moving forward to give you the most up-to-date information, but I do have the signed affidavits from the applicant.
So one of the affidavits that the owner was supposed to sign was that they sent out by certified mail to all these people on the list,
Yeah,
and that wasn't signed.
it is. It's in my file. It
Okay.
just didn't make it into your original application packet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Whitaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Taylor Whitaker. Oh my goodness. I live here, Presidential Lakes, right behind us. I think I fixed it. Pleasure to have your time tonight. Thank you. With me is my engineer, Larry Welford of Welford Engineering. We're just going to quickly discuss the TRW Marine plan here. If we could advance to the next slide. A little bit about me. I'm a service-disabled veteran. I was in the Navy 23 years. I retired out of Fort Belvoir, working for a joint organization up there. Married, 2 kids, 14, 12, both boys. We're all anglers. We love it. We have boats. I moved here from Europe after doing a few tours over there, and I've lived pretty much everywhere on the East Coast and on the West Coast. I did most of my time on the West Coast, but here is really where I wanted to lay my roots and probably grow old here and let my kids finish their schooling and go off to college. So a few points I wanted to make there. I've been a resident here since 2019. I moved here to take over the bomb squad on Dahlgren, and then obviously I've since retired. Family driven, and move on to the next slide. Over the past 3 years, I've been doing fishing tackle sales. So I make fishing tackle, and I usually sell it at like the farmers markets and other flea market type events. This plan is an opportunity for me and my family to pursue a passion and have a family business. On this property, it'll be twofold that I'll be using it for personally. One is to sell bass boats, and I currently have a verbal agreement with Yamaha Motors and Skeeter Bass Boats. It's been a little difficult getting other named businesses in here, but I've got a commitment with them. And then the other thing is one of the spaces of the commercial business is going to be actually where I'll sell my tackle and other fishing retail supplies. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Welford, start going over the project details.
Thanks, Taylor. As Taylor said, my name is Larry Welford. I'm with Welford Engineering Associates in Fredericksburg, and we're helping Taylor and his family with the rezoning process to try to give them the opportunity to build a brand new business in King George. I'm sort of the technical guy, so I'm going to talk about some technical aspects of the project to familiarize yourself with it. We'll provide an overview of Taylor's site, the existing conditions on the site today, what we're planning to do with the site, and how our plan meets the county's planning and zoning requirements if developed the way that we have proposed. So our site is inside the red outline. Well, you can't see that. I apologize to you for that. There's a red box on the picture that shows where Taylor's site is. It's on James Madison Parkway, fronts on there, and it connects through to Potomac Drive. And it does connect all the way through. It's near Bennion, the intersection with Bennion Road. And what we are planning to do is to do a facility that will be classified under zoning as equipment sales, rental, and repair, and then the stores of all types for the commercial piece that we're going to show you. So this is an extension of the commercial zone on this part of James Madison Parkway. To the north, it is commercial. To the south, there's a few residential houses, then there's more commercial. So it's very consistent with the surroundings. I'm going to ask Taylor to just spend one more second talking about the products that he intends to sell.
So, say again, sir? Right.
And not so.
Yeah. So, again, I know you guys are really the ones that could see this here, but hopefully you've got it on your screens up there. I've got 4 images up there. One is just one of my tackle sales during a Halloween event that we had at the King George Farmers Market. That's sort of how we display it. Up in the top 2 on the right side, those are just various colors and patterns of some of the fishing tackle that we make that's relevant to bass fishing here in Northern Virginia. And then on the mid-left is an image of a Skeeter boat. Typically, the boats that I'll be selling are going to range between anywhere between 19, I would say, and like 22 feet in length, with motors and trailer with a swing arm. I can get to your question in a little bit about what I won't sell, but I'll say that for a little bit later. We have that in the proffers.
So this is a picture of the site layout as we're proposing it. You'll see that in one of the graphics, this graphic, You'll see that there are two entrances. One is located on James Monroe Parkway, and the other is on Potomac Drive in the rear. The entrance on Potomac Drive is not always available because of closures at the base. And so we had an extensive discussion with VDOT about where they wanted us to only access from Potomac Drive. That wasn't practical, given that the road closes. So we worked with VDOT very closely, and we have already received a traffic access management exception from VDOT that states that that entrance is approved in that location. We're real pleased about that. That entrance is designed to provide interparcel connection between Taylor's site and the adjacent site once it goes towards commercial development as well. You can see the flex commercial spaces in the center, and up to the north part of the site, there's the boat showroom and 3 service bays. There's on-site parking for boats as well as for customers. And so the site is very, very well laid out and can accommodate all the uses that Taylor wishes to put it to. We are requesting C2 general commercial, and that would permit the uses that we are proposing by right, which I said are equipment sales, rental and repair, and then heavy equipment, and stores of all types, and the future land use is commercial. So why does this site make sense? This is a view of the site looking to the northeast. The site is very flat. The grades are quite flat. Access to the roadway is excellent. The visibility is excellent, and the proximity to the base is terrific. So I will point out to you that Taylor and his wife own this site. This is not a speculative venture. They already own the site. They've purchased it. They simply want to move forward with developing the site in accordance with their plans. So this is a few more details about the development plan. The commercial uses, we'll talk a little about the proffers in a second, but the commercial uses, as Taylor said, his tackle business, probably boating accessories are most likely to be located here. Small offices, perhaps some small consulting practices associated with the base, excuse me. How big are the buildings? The boat sales and services, about 5,400 square feet, very nice sized building. The retail flex office is about 6,000 square feet, so they're very close in size. The parking requirements under county ordinances are that 35 spaces are required. We have provided 42 parking spaces, so we have met the requirements. That's a total development program of 11,400 square feet. I'll talk briefly about infrastructure. I mentioned transportation. Our access location's already been approved. Potomac Drive will still serve as a secondary drive and as a way to get out to Bennion, to get to the signal, to take a left to go south on Route 301. So the access is really good for this particular site. Water and sewer, that issue came up earlier. Taylor is in discussions with the authority about what discussions can be had about helping to solve issues in the area. And we're comfortable that during final design, things will get worked out in that respect. And I heard the presentation this evening said one additional business is not going to be an issue for the Water and Sewer Authority. Stormwater management will be on site for this property. Generally, when we develop sites, there are other considerations. Things like wetlands, floodplains, RPAs, and highway corridor overlay districts. This site has none of those. So it's a very, very straightforward development process. And so as I finish, we'll certainly answer questions you have, but I want to let Taylor close. Hit the button one more time.
Again, so I appreciate the opportunity to pitch this to you guys tonight. You know, it's a big thing for my family and I to be able to again, lay our roots here, start a family business and help service a business, a service that isn't well represented here. And it'd be great for us to be able to provide it because it's what we do. If I'm not working, that's what I'm doing, is I'm fishing or I'm making tackle or I'm working on a boat or I'm working on somebody else's boat. I think it's good for the community. I think it's good for the residents. And, again, I just really appreciate your time tonight to go over this. Should we go over the
Mr.
prop?
Collins?
Yeah, let's go right to his question.
You want to do it?
Yes, please. Okay, so the proffer that we're pushing forward with this, here are your excluded uses, sir. Adult use as defined in Commercial Use Standards, Section 7, TAC 5, TAC 1. The next one, brewery, distillery, comma, micro. The next one, car wash. The next one, self-storage facility. There's already one across the street. The next one, winery, micro. The next is sale of vape or tobacco products. The next one, personal services, including massage and or salon services. And last one, office or medical clinic providing treatment for drug dependencies. Those are excluding permitted uses, as written in our proffer.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize, but can I interrupt the applicant there and just mention something to the board? The applicant was addressing concerns that the Planning Commission had because all those uses that they excluded are by right uses under C2, which means they could do them if something doesn't go well with the fishing store, the boat sales or something. But particularly the community had a lot of issues with I don't know how to phrase it, a medical facility down in Dahlgren to treat certain folks with dependencies. And so they offered this proffer voluntarily to alleviate the concerns of the community. The only suggestion, having looked at this again with Kelly and Kenny, I think it might be clearer if the applicant were to phrase it office or medical/clinic and strike providing treatment for drug dependencies, because that is limiting. I'm not sure of that language, and I think it would be clear if they offered the language office, comma, medical/clinic as a use that is being exempted out. We can't ask for that.
Right.
But
So
they can offer it.
they can also offer no clinic, no medical, and no hospital.
Well, that's what he's doing. If they limit that, hospital requires a special exception, but there are other medical procedures that would be allowed by right that may start an uproar in the community. So I think, if they want to do something different with it, they can always come back and say, we want to modify that proffer. But I think the board would be much better if that were the language that they were offering.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Why was the exception of the brewery put in there?
So I had to put in my mind, I added the brewery and the winery to exclude alcohol sales right outside of our base. I don't feel that's a great idea, but.
Might be a good business idea.
I'd like to go buy a boat and drink a beer.
Who wouldn't?
Might be good for business.
Yeah, it being its proximity to the base, I didn't feel like that was a great idea with young sailors being able to go right outside the gate and visit a brewery or winery.
Are there going to be any boat hotels there? In other words, more than one height?
More than one height of boat?
You know the racks?
No, my vision is the showroom will be two stories, but all of the boats are going to be on the bottom level. No, we're not going to stack them up or anything like that. No.
So you're not going to stack them up outside?
No, it won't be used as boat storage. I think that's what you're asking. No.
Or stacked up?
Correct. No.
Outside? But there'll be, are the 45 parking spaces including the boats outside for show?
No, the boats outside portion, most of them are going to be kept inside. There will be a few display ones that will be covered out in the lot, but those aren't going to impede the 45 allotted spaces.
Okay.
And the extra ones are a bit bigger than a normal parking space too.
But so you always maintain the 30 spots?
Say again?
You always maintain the 30 parking spots? Well, 30 is the requirement, right?
Yeah.
Those spaces are not big enough for most of the boats, so a boat couldn't be in those spaces.
Well, the only reason I'm thinking is like, so, you know, you order a truckload of boats and they dump them all in the parking lot.
I don't see myself ordering a truckload of boats. There might be a truck coming with boats, but I don't see the showroom being able to carry more than a dozen tops. It's just not that much room, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. So what I'm hearing is more people could come, see some of the examples and order the boat, is what I'm hearing, which is great. I think it's a great business.
Yes.
You know what I mean, to have, but a question on limiting factor with the medical. Because Mr. Stroud and I were talking for a second, like, I wouldn't want to limit somebody that might bring a physical therapy business to us, because we have a lot of folks in this community that would like more medical services.
I think the point is valid. I think we should rework the language on that. And we can, absolutely, we could do that.
'Cause
To
I'll-
not limit everything, but
Because I'll say someone who's had to do physical therapy, the limitations of physical therapy in this community is pretty low, and it would be nice to have other options for those kind of medical businesses that are helpful to the citizens.
noted, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd offer that to the board so they know, have the information. Under the provision as it's currently drafted, you could also have an abortion clinic there by right. And so I didn't know if the board wanted to give that consideration or not. I know that's not what they want to do. They have a great business plan there for fishing, for those of us who are fishing enthusiasts. And if they limit it to the language that we discussed, and they want to do physical therapy, they could always come back and say, we want to modify this to allow for physical therapy, and it's pretty easy. But otherwise, there are a lot of other things that could be done by right that the community may get up in arms about.
Mr. Chair, I did have one more question concerning the site. So what other businesses are you looking for? Because you have a certain spot that's just supposed to be for the boat business, right? And
Correct.
your bait and tackle, like, how many other businesses possibly could be there?
There are 4 additional spots. My initial plan is to make it more attuned to a commercial office setting. What I'm looking to is to invite a contractor that may be working with one of the new contracts on base, now that they've expanded all their contracts since the government reorganization. There's going to be a lot more contracts, and I'm hoping this is an attractive situation for potentially all 4 spaces being taken up by a contracting company that works right on Dahlgren, and it's right outside the gate. That's my ideal situation. If that doesn't work out, it would essentially be 4 leasable spaces adjacent to my TRW tackle shop, and we're trying to be fairly selective on who we bring in.
I got you, because I know in Central Park, they have a new office space that opened up that's like a flex space where people can come in and rent office space
That's the
temporarily.
intent, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Smolk, you have anything to add? Well, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and again, I hate to interrupt the board, but I'm just curious if they were going to offer to amend that language. They were nodding their heads in affirmative, but I think they need an affirmative statement that we'd like to amend that proffer to read office or medical/clinic. If you want to do that, that would have to be voluntary on your part.
Yes, sir. I voluntarily offer to amend the statement that currently reads office, medical clinic providing treatment for drug dependencies to office, medical/clinic.
That's all we need.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to open the floor up to public for comment. Public comment? Comments limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Please use your name and district which you vote. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this matter? Is there anyone online? No? Has anyone received any correspondence? All right, then I will close public comment, and I will bring this matter back to the board for consideration.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Collins?
I'd like to make a motion to approve, the TRW special exemption number Z-2024-00239- Taylor Whitaker /RV TRW application with the accepted language.
Second.
Motion properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? Is that language good enough for you, though? All right. Should he add your, as language?
They affirmatively amended the proffer, so
All right,
that's all
all right.
that we need. It is a roll call vote.
By roll call, Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
When you gonna have boats in there?
Where's the thing I read? I need to- All right. So the public hearing is closed. We'll move on to discussion item 06-11, board recommendation from ZOTAC finding, Ms. Kelly LaDuke, Director of Community Development.
Thank you, sir. Matt and I are going to kind of tag team. And I got Mr. Palavoda to represent ZOTAC, and Kenny's here. So basically what we're just looking for is some direction, question as to whether or not you guys have had a chance to think about the ZOTAC recommendations and where you might want us to go from here. Matt, do you have anything?
So yeah, I believe 1 or 2 meetings ago, there were some red lines for access points that Kelly presented to the Board of Supervisors. Mr. Palavoda and company had about 5 or 6 different recommendations to the board. Some of those pertaining to increasing, the big question was, do we change the minimum lot size in the agricultural zoning districts? That was the main question that came up in November of '24. Do you want to remove major subdivisions, or can you remove them in the agricultural zoning districts? There was some grandfathering language that was proposed. It's in the ZOTAC meeting minutes. Do we consider those? Is there a provision for internal road access? And do you want staff to explore a purchase of development rights program?
Sean, do you have anything you want to add? Come up to the mic. You good? All right. Any questions from the board, Mr. Stroud?
Yes, sir, Sean, are the things that you had discussed, are they included in here? All the things we discussed that day? I thought they were, okay. So, I support, all the initiatives as were captured by Mr. Smoley in his weekly report, which, we need to,
Mr. Chairman, and I'll remind you all that the last meeting, Mr. West Counsel sent me some communication talking about the recommendation of the ZOTAC, for lack of a better way to describe it. And that recommendation has been found to be invalid by the Supreme Court of Virginia. And I have read the case, and there's no question about it. You could say you can only cut a parcel into so many pieces, like 5, which would accomplish the same thing that the recommendation wanted to do. The case goes to that, I think, but it's never been challenged in Virginia. And a lot of jurisdictions I know, including New Kent, where Mr. Smolik just came from, does exactly that. They've never been challenged. The one thing I know that you can do without being challenged is change the actual lot sizes, but it would appear that nobody is interested in challenging how many times you cut a parent tract up. So their recommendation was to say after 4, you've got to get a major subdivision. Take the major subdivisions out. That case addresses that, and it says if you've got a zoning classification in an agricultural district, you have to let people do it, which would prohibit that recommendation and make it unlawful. So you got 2 choices you could go to from there. The other thing I would recommend on the grandfathering is that you very carefully delineate what you mean by grandfathering, because that is a very difficult thing to try to determine what's grandfathered and what isn't. So I would just make sure you clarify what you mean by that.
So, to understand what you just said, sir, does that mean, because right now, in our current zoning, if a parcel's been subdivided 5 times, you can't subdivide it anymore?
No, it's not in your current zoning. They are proposing that you can't have a major subdivision in an agriculturally zoned district, which means after you took 5 lots out of that, you would then have to rezone it to a major to get approval for a major subdivision. Supreme Court has ruled on that, and you can't do it. Alan West's attorney I guess he was part of this, and they had concerns, and she actually sent me a case that she found on point. That case, I think, could go as far as challenging it when you say you can only cut a parent tract into 5 lots, or 4 lots and a residue. But it's never been challenged in the state of Virginia that I can find. And I'm aware of multiple jurisdictions that do that. So I think you can do that, and if it gets challenged, we'll have to deal with it. I know that you can change the actual lot sizes, and that is not subject to being invalidated by the Supreme Court. I'm confident in that. I know it's confusing, but I just want to make sure you all have the proper law.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Collins.
So the grandfathering caused me a lot of heartache because everybody will think they're grandfathered, trying to make some attempt to do so. So when this takes place, it takes place. I wouldn't say there's any grandfathering of anything.
Looking at me.
I'm talking to you.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you down here, but I'll try to answer anyway.
Am I mumbling, or you just can't hear me?
Probably both. I don't know, it's just hard to hear down here. So, for instance, does grandfathering mean if you filed an application? If you say that's what grandfathering is, then everybody's going to file an application tomorrow and pay a fee, even if they don't have anything to request.
Right.
Is it an approved site plan? Is it a site plan that's already had 1 review, or 2 reviews, or 3 reviews? That's why I'm saying grandfathering gets complicated. You got to come up with a definition of grandfathering that's fair, that you can apply to everyone.
So, Ms. Leduc?
It's not like, under the law, we grandfather uses, because, you know, there were no zoning laws way back when.
Yep.
And if that use continues and it doesn't stop, your grandfather.
Right.
You can prove that, but this is a little different type of grandfather.
Right. So we don't want to have a rush for applications, to have people just, you know, I got 500 acres, I'm gonna go ahead and put an application in, you know, I'm grandfathered. But do you know how many applications are currently in what stages as far as residential,
We could do
For major subdivisions?
major, minor?
Yep, we have several minors. They're mostly one lot, single lots or family. We also have some clusters that we're reviewing now, Oakwood Estates 5 and 6. And then Walnut Hill, which was the court-ordered subdivision, is in for review. Sierra Ridge is in for review. So there's quite a few right now, both major and minor. I could pull exact numbers if you want to, but that's, oh, South Hall is another one that was approved.
What's that?
South Hall, that's
Oh,
another
yeah, yeah.
major, yeah.
How many lots is that one?
I'm gonna say 30-ish?
And that's by right, correct?
And, Mr. Chairman, one other thing, you could say any application filed as of some date, like tonight or last week or something, could be considered a grandfathering, but keep in mind, you've got to send this request to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission's got to work through the process, and so far, they've been working on this for, what, 7 months from your first request? So if you still would have to come up with a definition, but you could probably just say any application received in the land use office as of June 15th or something is considered grandfathered. It's just one thought.
Just to specify too, though, I know we're talking about the grandfathering, that was not a recommendation from the group. It just, from Mr. West. The rest of them didn't want to go with the grandfathering clause.
Well, so,
But I see where you're going.
so Mr. West has a lot of property he owns. So it would be his own interest to get whatever he can grandfathered. But that's not what we're doing. We're not working for Mr. West. We're working with Mr. West and not against him. But I would say we do a hard date, like, June 15, for the grandfathering, and, the question I always get is the same about family subdivisions, and I've told people 100 times that this has nothing to do with family subdivisions. But you can only tell them. I guess they don't believe it, that there'll be some kind of end game, but there's not an end game. But the family subdivisions, Ms. Leduc, would still be under the same provisions. You had to have it for so many years and all that stuff, right? No changes with that.
Yes, sir, thank you. Ms. Leduc, if somebody was to create a subdivision, let's say they had 100 acres and they subdivided it, do they have to create the easements to those subdivisions at the same time?
As part of the plat, yes, or the right-of-way, depending on how they want to do their road system. But drainage easements, access easements, utility easements, that's all part of it. Is that the kind of easements you meant?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big deal. It is. So, I mean, for people to understand that, to come in and do it, once they get to your office and they start understanding that, it's going to limit a lot of the people just creating subdivisions to have it.
I do have a question. I'm looking at the original working draft. It's to limit the major subdivisions in the ag land area, correct? So could a requirement be that they have to be, even to look to have them, they have to be hooked up to the public water and sewer? Because that would also limit the ability, especially in Shiloh in the ag land, for them to be major subdivisions.
We have seen that done, yes.
But you'd have to be able to serve them.
Yeah.
And I
Right.
don't think you're in a position to serve.
Well,
all
that's
these
what I'm
people.
saying, is that that's a requirement. So if they can't serve them, then they can't.
Well, again,
Just
you
throwing it
go,
out there.
you go back to that case, you can't limit major
Right.
subdivisions. The Supreme Court has ruled on that, you cannot do that. It'll be challenged and overturned quickly.
But what I'm asking is, you could limit it by saying that if you do request that they have to be served by public water and sewer. And the other issue is, as we know, as we've heard in the higher levels, that, the state of Virginia is looking at the holistically, even the groundwater withdrawals from private citizens, it would also help to limit that also.
Well, I think you can adopt an ordinance that says if water and sewer is available, you have to hook up. But I don't think you can require everybody
To be on
get
it.
public water and sewer when you don't have pipes in front of their property. I mean, that would, it's gonna get overturned.
Well, I was just
I wouldn't
throwing it out
recommend
there.
that.
Well, so if you have pipes in front of your property, then you have to hook up. But, the whole idea is if you have a major subdivision, it has to be a special exemption, and you don't want a major subdivision, then you don't approve it. They can come as many times as they want. Say no.
Mr. Chairman? So regarding the utilities, so I think another option that could be out there is to require a subdivision of, let's just say, 6 lots or greater to hook up to a central water system for that particular subdivision. That requires a community well being issued by DEQ. And so if there's no infrastructure there, we can't force them to hook up if they're 10 miles from the infrastructure. But, and I know, I'm speaking, we did this in New Kent to combat this very issue. And anything over 6 lots, we require them to do a central well system permitted by DEQ, which is very difficult to obtain. And if you're going to do it for 6 lots, the ROI is just not there if you're only going to sell 6, 3-acre lots. So that has been something that, to the best of my knowledge, has not been challenged. And I know other localities are doing that.
Well, that's kind of where we got in a pickle in King George, is these subdivisions that had community wells, and then we got sucked into these community wells, and now we have to provide this. I don't want to agree that they do community wells, because that's just going to put a burden on the county eventually,
Unless they're like Lake Jefferson and sell to a company like Aqua. Or Presidential Lakes 2, as it is called now. I'm just throwing it out there as a possibility.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Sellers, do you have anything to say?
Nope, just listening.
What do you say?
I couldn't hear him. What do you say?
No, I have nothing to add right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your input.
I do have one more question, Mr. Davis.
Go ahead.
I was looking at some of these recommendations for the comp plan. This would all go into the comp plan upgrade, right? Because I have some more even besides this to add.
Yes, that'd be part of the very public comp plan process.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
So you want to move forward?
Well, it's on discussion.
Okay,
So I want to have it at the next meeting.
sounds good.
Makes sense. Any kind of, between the board members, any kind of changes you'd like to see or anything, then we need to get that together as soon as possible, or if we're ready to go with it the way it is, then accept it the way it is.
Thank
Sound
you.
good? But by next meeting. All right, thank you both. Next up is the relocation of existing allowance funds, King George Fire Station 2 project, Mr. Chris Conley, engineering.
It doesn't look like Mr. Conley.
Hey, Mr. Conley, how are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm here this evening to discuss the reallocation of existing design allowance funds for the King George Fire Station 2 project. King George County contracted Mans Woodworth Studios, MWS, for architectural and engineering design services for the Fire Station 2. Within the original agreement previously approved by the board, there was an $85,000 allowance included to cover professional services such as cost estimating, on-site utility extension design, and potential fire pump design. During the early stages of the design development, it was determined that it was more cost-effective to have Mans Woodworth perform the detailed on-site topography and utility survey, as well as off-site survey and utility design. After discussions with county staff, MWS has agreed to reallocate some funds within the original allowances to cover the scope. These adjustments are supported by detailed proposals from AdTech engineers, covering both off-site utility design and on-site survey work. This allocation will allow the project to continue on schedule without requesting additional funds. County recommended action is to authorize staff to reallocate existing architectural engineering contract funds for the Fire Station 2 project to cover additional survey and engineering work required to continue development of the design.
Any comments from the board?
So I'm trying to find in my packet, in my book, where this is located, because I did have a question on the $20,000. But I'd like to have that in front of me before I ask the question.
There you go.
I saw it in the board packet, but I don't see it in here. You know where's that, Ms. Fish?
Not my understanding, this was no cost, right, the change order?
It's no additional cost, that's
No
correct.
additional cost.
So it's not in my packet. So let me see yours for a minute. Flip up to where I was a minute ago. One more. So, no, it was 60,000. It's cost estimating approximately 4 estimates at 15,000 at $60,000. Why are they giving us $60,000 for them to get estimates?
On the original budget,
This is on page. First page.
yeah, that's on the original budget, and that's, 4 estimates of 15,000 each.
So for them to get estimates on the work, we have to pay $60,000, 15,000 apiece?
On the original contract, it was $15,000 for each time they did detailed cost estimates for construction.
Shenanigans.
Do I have any other comments from the board? Mr. Brown? Is this something you need done today, or is this something
I'm
that,
trying to open this thing up. I had it up.
This is a discussion
I
item.
know it is, but sometimes
Yeah.
things come to us as discussion items that need to be done right away, so that's why I'm asking.
It does not need to be done right away, but the sooner, it gets done, then the sooner we can begin surveying.
I think everybody has already been briefed on this, correct? Okay,
Everyone's been briefed on this already.
so, yeah, you gonna make it?
This is a new document.
I will make a motion for the reallocation of the existing design allowance funds for the King George Fire Station 2 project.
So this is a discussion item, and the chairman already said it was a discussion item.
But I can make a motion. It doesn't have to be seconded and voted on, but I can make
Yeah,
a
but
motion.
that's, you know that's shenanigans.
That's right. I did. It's shenanigans.
Second.
A motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? We need a roll call vote on this. Mr. Sullins, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mr. Collins?
Nay.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, sir. You're up again, so you might as well stay, right? 0613, Middle School Turn Lane, Phase 2 Resolution, Mr. Bryce Young.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. VDOT Revenue Sharing Project was submitted for FY '23 for Phase 2 of the middle school turn lane. As part of the requirements for VDOT Revenue Sharing Projects, a resolution supporting the application and allocation of funds is needed. The resolution presented to the board today is to reconfirm the board's support for Phase 2 left-hand turn lane at the entrance of the King George Middle School. The total estimated cost for the project is $651,460. The county share is $414,442 for the project according to the estimates. And this is allocated through the 23-24, or this is already allocated through the 23-24 capital improvement plan. We just need the resolution to move forward.
Any questions?
So again, I'll bring it up, that this original, the price for us is doubled. The amount of share that we had to put in this. We had already approved it, and whether or not VDOT has their 6-year plan, and then they say, oh, you all approved it, but now we're not going to do it for 4 more years, but now you got to pay more money. I think that's a no-go. I think there needs to be something to work out with VDOT, because I don't think we should have to take on financial responsibilities because of their lack of getting the job done.
Mr. Stewart, do you think we have any wiggle room with VDOT on this, or?
I'm sorry, again, it's hard to hear down here. Any
Do
room?
do you think we have any negotiating ability with VDOT on this whatsoever, just in your?
Mr. Chairman, I went through this recently on something that I was trying to do down in Westmoreland that started out at $125,000 to do it, went to $250,000, went to $4. The problem is you have to accumulate the funds in that category, as I understand it. Isn't that right? Aren't they accumulating funds in a particular category and they don't build it until they get it?
I'm not sure what program you were working through the revenue sharing. It works through application process, and once they allocate the funds, that's what they are allocating towards the project.
That project was already approved, and it's their lack of getting the job done that they're going to try to, that we want to take up the slack for that. So you can't fulfill budgets and do the things you need to do if the goal line keeps changing all the time.
I don't know the facts of this specific one. I know generally there's a category of funds that you have to accumulate that is in VDOT pays, and then you've got to do a match. And oftentimes it takes longer to accumulate than you think, and the price keeps going up. I could try, but the answer's probably
Yeah,
going to be.
this wasn't that fun.
I don't know the facts of the particular transaction, but I suspect the answer will be the price is what it is.
I suggest, I think too, because the board at that time are the ones who made the decision to do it in phases. So if we wouldn't have done it in phases, it would be done.
You would have gotten that price at
We'd have
that
gotten that
time.
price,
That's
but
right.
the board at that time made the decision, and I'm pretty sure that's exactly what VDOT's gonna come back and say to us.
But it wasn't like even, if phases, it was a short order phase. In other words, one year you do this part of it, and the next year or the year two, you do this. It wouldn't be 5 or 6 years later, and they say, hey, you need to throw in all this money.
I see what you're saying, I agree, I just think that VDOT is gonna come back with that as saying, we could have done this all at one time, but King George County at the time did not want to do that.
Well, it seems like VDOT is trying to control the local monies, if that's the case, and so you gotta stand up somewhere along the line and say.
We can just not do it. Just not do it and leave it the way it is. I mean, that is an option, is it not? I mean, it's a traffic issue.
They have a turn lane in there now. They're just,
I know.
Mr. Chairman, maybe Mr. Smolnick and I could look into this, see what we can figure out. But we don't really have much information on it. I don't know if you all were committed or required to do it. I don't know the facts of this, but has this got to happen tonight?
I don't guess it needs to happen, but
I just would ask you all pass this on the docket for tonight. Let Mr. Smolnick and I dig into it.
And defer it?
See if we can come up. Yes, sir.
That's where I stand on it too. Do I need to vote on that?
nope. If nobody makes a motion, you don't have to take a vote.
I just closed it.
I'll make a motion to defer the middle school turn lane Phase 2 resolution, R-10-2025, to the next board meeting for further review.
Motion properly seconded. Is there any further discussion?
So this is the motion for to defer.
Yes.
Till what date?
The next board meeting.
Next board meeting.
Okay? So once you bring up this motion, it's deferred, then if it takes longer than that, that you can't rehear it again. So why would we have a motion to defer when they're gonna look into it and give us an answer? They might not have it by next.
Because I think there's a time limit that has to be, correct, Mr. Young? Isn't there a time limit that CERN has? I might be wrong, I'm just asking.
there are time constraints for these projects. And right now, we are not in a state of time constraints, I guess I could say. We're not pushing our time limit right now due to where we are at with the engineering work that's already been put into it. So we can afford to lose the 2 weeks, even though it's not ideal.
If we need more time, y'all can defer at the next meeting too.
There you go.
But we'll dig into it and see what we can come up with.
So by Robert's rules, how many times can you defer it? Can't defer it indefinitely, right?
I'm not aware of any rule that would keep you from deferring this multiple times other than a time limit where you've got some commitment with VDOT. But Robert, you may know something in Robert's rules I don't.
You call me Robert? Excuse me.
Motion properly second. Mr. Solons, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Spender?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
I'm gonna vote nay for the reasons stated. Thank you.
Thank you, and chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Mr. Clark? 0614 Kayak Rental Kiosk.
Enough room on my podium. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. If you recall, 2 weeks ago, I stood in front of you to discuss the unmanned kayak vending machine. We have gone back and forth with Rent Fund. We were unable to completely agree as to form. Mr. Stewart's been a little preoccupied with some other matters the last couple of days. The only thing, 3 of the changes that Rent Fund has requested are just really cleaning up the language. The one that is looks the worst, is we based our original agreement off of Virginia Beach. They purchased multiple units, and so they have this decreasing amount of return they would get if Rent Fund were to go defunct. For our contract, they would like to do, if they were to go insolvent, that we would acquire all of the kayaks and that equipment, which would be thousands of dollars worth of equipment. We would still have the lockers. We would be able to go to an independent app and set it up for ourselves, which is what the third option was that I discussed with you a couple weeks ago. I don't see a problem with what they've recommended. They have doubled in size in the last year and are preparing to they're adding locations across the country every day. They actually are thinking that our unit may be able to come early because they'll be able to piggyback it on another order that's coming this direction. So tonight, if the board would authorize the county administrator to take the following actions: issue a notice of award to Rent Fund LLC in the amount of $35,000, execute an agreement with Rent Fund with LLC for a period of 5 years, subject to approval as to form by the interim county attorney, transfer $35,000 from the Recreation Activity Fund balance to the FY 2024-2025 budget, and sign a purchase order in the amount of $35,000 to Rent Fund LLC for the purchase of the 8-unit rental kiosk.
So the county administrator has not signed off on this language, so why would we go forward with a motion if the county administrator is not ready to go forward? Why would we go forward if you're not ready?
So this is I know that there's been a legal document between Mr. Clark and Mr. Stewart on the legalities of this contract.
Okay.
You know, Mr. Clark has presented this to the board. We talked about it last month. He's been working with Mr. Stewart. So I've been, legal matters, you know, I'm not going to advise him on legal issues. If the board is ready, I'll consign it. If we want to wait, I'm happy to do that. But this is between Parks and Rec and then the county attorney's office as far as making sure that the county is protected with this.
Well, I think that needs to happen before we make a motion to approve it.
Mr. Chairman, if you all want to act, I think you could add to his motion, subject to approval by the county attorney. Mr. Clark is being kind. I was on vacation with my family, and my wife threatened to hit me over the head with my iPad if I opened it up, so I kept it closed. But I'll look at it this week. It is a little bit different from what he originally said because you all are having upfront costs. So I'll look at the legal side of it. I typically don't, y'all usually approve the terms. And I just make sure that there's a good contract that protects the county and the citizens. But I'm happy to do both, terms and
I'd like to see the contract and the terms before I vote on a motion.
Mr. Chairman, the terms of the agreement, the payments have not changed. From the very beginning, it's been $35,000. That isn't going to change. The thing that will change if we don't act tonight and we don't execute till after July 1st is the revenue sharing agreement goes from 50-50 to 30-70.
There's no emergency to spend money. So, you know, I've been on this board for some time, and people come up here and they say, oh, if we don't do this by now, you know, we're not going to get this. Well, you'll find that you will still get what you want if you do it right and get the county attorney to make sure things are right, so we don't have 2 years down the road and said, well, we didn't listen to them, we just went ahead and barged forward because we had to do it right now. So I would highly disagree with going into any contract without the county attorney having it all done so we can view it. That's what we pay for.
Mr. Chair, that is also part of my proposed motion, that the second item, execute an agreement with Rent Fund for a period of 5 years, subject to approval as to form by the interim county attorney. So if we can't come up to something that is approved by Mr. Stewart, we won't be able to execute.
Now, I have a question. I forgot to bring this up the last time, I know we had issues at Wayside Park during COVID before we closed the park. about people wandering down onto the military installation. Have we talked to the base yet about this unit? That was my one question. I should have asked it the last time, but have we had the conversations with the base about the kayaks being there and the possibility of people wandering?
I have not. I did not. I recall folks going north onto private property. I do not recall issues with folks going south onto the base property. But I can reach out to Mr. Lynch. Hopefully he's not off on paternity leave already.
That would be my big one, because I did get the calls during COVID as chair about the people wandering onto the base into the firing area because they were swimming. And so that was my concern. Has the base been notified and talked to about that possibility?
So, Mr. Chairman, when you enter into this agreement, you also had to worry. So now, think about all those that live on the Potomac. So I don't know if you all understand, but people just pull up their boats, and it's your property. They're just pulling their boats up and think they can have a picnic. So, you know, who are they going to come to complain? They're not going to come to, they're going to come to this board and complain. So I think you don't need to be in an emergency to do something. Do it right.
I would only interject, this company is going to honor that. We're about making the profit off of this too for Parks and Rec. Is they're going to give us 30% if we're after.
Yeah, currently, it would be, if we were to execute in June, it's 50/50. We execute in July, it's 30/70. This is at no cost to the taxpayer. This is coming out of the Recreation Activity Fund, which is collected off of our program fees.
I'd just like to make a motion. Yes, sir, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the recommended action, pending the county attorney's review, to issue the notice of award to the Rent-A-Fund LLC in amount of $35,000, execute an agreement with Rent-A-Fund LLC for a period of 5 years, subject to approval as to the form by the interim county attorney, transfer $35,000 from Recreation Activity Fund balance to the FY 2024-2025 budget, and sign a purchase order in the amount of $35,000 from Rent-A-Fund LLC for the purchase of an 8-unit rental kiosk.
Second.
A motion probably second. Is there further discussion?
Yes.
I would just like to ask, would it be possible, Mr. Stewart, to make sure that there's a conversation with the base? I mean, just from 2020 experience, I've had that concern.
I'll reach out to the base.
What do you want me to, you want me to just call them?
Could I put, no, I meant like for Mr. Clark to notify, like, could I put that in the motion? Or, do you know what I'm saying?
We can just
I'm
ask.
just asking what you want him to do, I guess is my question with
Or
regard
if
to
the
the.
chair or Mr. Clark that would make me more comfortable.
Yeah, I'll draft an email to Mr. Lynch while you all are in closed session and have that sent off tonight.
I'm just saying from past experience, Mr. Collins is right, we got the emails in 2020 and the phone calls.
Mr. Collins?
So there's 3 of y'all that came on this board that were not happy about these shenanigan decisions of people coming up and saying, we need the money now. You know, let's spend it. We got to do this. And now there's a motion been made just the opposite, contrary to your whole premise. That's my comment. I think you only get one comment. Robert's rules.
Mr. Stroud?
You only get one.
Yeah,
Right.
you get a comment.
And he
Let the
made
man
his
make a
comment on the
comment.
discussion. I guess we're not going to follow those rules either.
No, we're not.
Okay.
Mr. Stroud?
I think we have a motion that's been seconded, sir.
Yes. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Sullins, how do you vote?
Yay.
Is it a yay or a nay?
That's an affirmative. Let's do it.
Okay. Mr. Collins?
Oh, here we go again. A nay for the stated reasons that I stated earlier. I don't know why we gotta keep going through this crap.
I don't either.
One comment, sir.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes.
Thank you.
The $35,000 is coming out of funds raised by Parks and Recs through various things that you offer.
Field rentals, play
Everything-
sport programs, all that.
It's voluntary. Everything is contingent upon the agreement. It has to be something that our county attorney approves of and likes, and those that it favors King George. If not, it's all null and void anyway.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. All right, did we get to that point? We got a report. Matthew,
Thank you,
John,
Mr. Chairman.
Walnick. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So a couple quick items for you. First of all, looking for maybe a motion to appoint the Commonwealth's Attorney, Ms. Carrie Gusman, for the Rappahannock Area Alcohol Safety Action Program Board.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye, motion passes.
Did you get my yay vote? I just want to make sure it's recorded.
Mr. Collins voted yea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Second item, at the request of the Board of Supervisors, I've included some information on IIM LU 400, which is VDOT's removal of illegal signs in the right-of-way. This is at the request of the Board of Supervisors. So what I've presented to the board and including the board packet was the provision in it's a state code that states that any signs in the right-of-way are subject to a fine of $100 per sign. And there is a provision for VDOT to enforce this particular section of state code, or there can be an agreement with a locality to have the locality as the enforcement mechanism for this provision of state code. And in these instances, it'd be the zoning administrator would be the one, really running point for the county here. This is what we've seen in other localities. That would be my particular recommendation, should the board want to pursue this in King George County. A lot of times, whenever, it'd be my recommendation, if the board wanted us to move forward with this, there is a draft agreement that was presented in your budget. We could tailor that to King George County, present that back. If you want it as a discussion and then as an action, that would be fine. You just tell me what you want. And then, should the board, before we do this, we would have to adopt a new ordinance, which would require public hearings at the Planning Commission and this would require public hearings, Planning Commission and Board. And then, again, my recommendation would be to have a grace period whenever this first goes out, so we can inform the businesses, inform the citizens of this new, I don't think anything's been done in King George like this before, so I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to understand. So this is the very first step where we're at right now. So looking at the information presented to you, the land use agreement that David Beal sent me, is this something that the Board of Supervisors would like me to pursue as far as tailoring this agreement to King George County and take the necessary steps to keep this moving forward?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Collins.
So, Mr. Smolnick, this is a VDOT responsibility,
Yes.
okay? And why would we take on a VDOT responsibility? And why, and who are we going to get to do this? That means we got to pay somebody to go get signs. So are we going to task somebody that we already have with go and pick up signs? Then we have the other problem is you picked up his sign, but you didn't pick up my sign, or the opposite. And well, his sign was there, my sign was down there. Why didn't you pick up his sign? We don't need to get into that. It's already their authority to do it. Why do we want to take on more things that cost more money? Because, and it's not a local government. We can do it, but I think it's bad business. So I know Mr. Stroud doesn't like signs, and I don't like them either, except my signs. But we're going to get in. You're talking about complaints. You're going to get more complaints than you can shake a stick at.
Yeah. Can I answer that? Because these are the very good questions.
Please do.
Because I've been asked these before whenever we brought this. So it is VDOT's responsibility. It's not being done very well right now. Second of all, you would not need to hire anybody else. As your inspectors are driving around, you see a sign, you take a picture of it. So there's no additional staff would be required. And right now, it's not being done, and there's no revenue. This is a source to create revenue for a locality. And what we've done before is use that revenue for, if you want new beautification signs, entrance signs, landscaping, something like that, you use this money to help enhance the corridors of King George County. That's what we've done in my past life in other localities.
Why don't why don't we hold VDOT to the fire? I mean, you know, this is your job, come do it.
Well, one thing, if you do, then you're not collecting any revenue on it.
So if you're gonna do this for a revenue reason, that's a bad reason.
It's not the only reason. The reason right now, if you got time tomorrow, I'll take you riding around and you
I
can see
see
the
'em.
signs that are laying in the median.
I see the signs, Mr. Stroud, but I don't think that the county needs to get into the sign removal
So-
business and making money off of signs. You need to have the agency that's required to do it, put them to their feet to the fire and make them do it.
Well, the people that put them there should come and pick them up, and they don't. So this is a means of forcing better behavior.
Well, you'll see that with better behavior, you'll be having other behavior that's worse. Somebody's gonna get, you're gonna see more complaints out of this than you'll ever wanna shake a stick at. You all do what you want, but I'm telling you, this is a bad idea.
Well, the majority of the businesses that you see are not even from King George, so I don't really, not worried about them complaining.
And Mr. Chair, this is not for, because some folks have asked, this is not for like election signs or anything. This has to do with businesses, correct?
So technically, when you read state code, it does pertain to election signs. I believe we can exempt those, because I know that is a concern, but when you read state code, anything in right-of-way, including election signs, that falls under the state code. Now, I would have to, you know, if the board decided to move forward with this, you know, talk about VDOT, can we go a little softer and allow the political signs and just the other signs?
It's either one or the other.
This is in the right-of-way, correct?
This is signs in the right-of-way, that is correct.
It's either one or the other, and so if some of your fans, Ms. Bender, put up signs, Kathy Bender for supervisor in the right-of-way, and I don't think that you would be real happy that somebody came by and took your sign, especially when you spend money on it.
Well, I know for a fact in the past 2 elections, they have, and they've been thrown away, or I've had to go get them for the VDOT office, so I know that's 100% true. VDOT will come and take them.
But then you'll be charged $100 apiece. Do you have enough in your campaign coffers to pay for that?
No.
Okay.
But I was just asking to clarify that, because a lot of people don't even understand. If you have a nice person who takes your sign and puts it in their yard, they might not know where the right-of-way is in their yard, and somebody who doesn't like you could complain, and then your sign is taken out and you get fined. So that's why I don't want to.
That's exactly right, Ms. Bender, that's
That's why I
exactly
didn't
right.
want to go there on election signs. It's hard enough to get people running for office. I don't want to discourage them by having that.
But you
That's where I was
can't,
coming from.
but you can't prejudice one sign from another. So whether it's a political sign or a subdivision sign, if you start treating these signs differently, then that's another whole problem. How would you like to be sued about that, the county? The citizens would be real happy about that. It's not for us to force the litter law. It's up to the sheriff's office and the state police. And so if you have a problem with the litter law, that's the 2 ones you need to talk to. Not the Board of Supervisors. Board of Supervisors shouldn't be doing VDOT work. Anyhow, there you have it.
All right, we'll move on from this right now, is that all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And then, one additional item on I wanted to draw your attention to, the informational items, to the public, 3A, B, C, and D. At the request of the Board of Supervisors, we have made all of the studies on the old courthouse building public. So these were included in your packet and available to the public. I just wanted to draw your attention to those. And we had a conversation today, and it made me think about the courthouse here. We had a call with the architects with RRMM on the old VOTEC building at the school. And interesting, we learned that the foundation and the roof are in good shape, but the way that building was constructed in 1968, you had a block wall with the brick facade they're touching. Both are porous materials. Water hits that brick, it goes through the brick, goes through the cinder block, comes on the inside, paint peels. To the point where some of the photos showed metal utility boxes that were bolted to the cinder block wall are rusted. That's how much moisture is in there. So I'd be curious to see, and I don't know the construction of the old courthouse. You know, is this a similar factor? There is a fix to that. There is a way to create a vapor barrier between the outside and the inside wall. But I just want to bring that up because we had the discussion. I know Ms. Binder walked in my office when I was on that call at lunchtime today. But and again, this is just for informational item at the request of the board. Everything is now available to the public. And, you know, I'll be happy to answer any questions from citizens, go over the studies. Now, I do want to state that some of them are dated. You know, space needs analysis, there were some preliminary drawings by Wiley Wilson and a construction estimate. Those are 13 years old. I think the numbers was $365,000 to renovate the whole thing. So obviously those are outdated, but board requested me to make everything public, and that's what we did.
Yeah, I think, is it the 353,000? Yeah, that's not gonna fly today.
And Mr. Chairman, unless there's any questions from the board, that's the end of my official report for this meeting.
So if we were VDOT, then, and anyhow, never mind.
I know you're right about that. All right, thank you, Mr. Smolnick. We did skip over some. I'm gonna open up to the second public comment. Do I have anyone in the audience that wants to speak? Come on up, Mr. Shaw. You got 3 minutes. Give me your name and where you live and all your money.
James Shaw, James Monroe District, speaking as a taxpayer in the county regarding the sign thing. Years ago, as a pastor of a moving church, I had to put signs out every weekend so people could find where we were. We played a cat and mouse game with VDOT. And so they try and steal my signs, and I try to keep them from stealing my signs. And so the game was, and this was also with the popsicle open house people who were selling new homes. They would come out on Friday night, they would put their popsicles sign in, and on Sunday evening, they would come out and they would pick those back up. This prevented VDOT from, in essence, stealing those or picking them up like they perhaps should. And so this, you know, if you have plans to make this a moneymaker, boy, do I warn you against that. And we have, in essence, as I've observed in driving around the county, is that there's a culture of using these signs for communication. Now, yep, they tend to get junky, and that's perhaps another issue or related issue that needs to be part of this whole conversation. And also educating people as to where the right-of-way is and such. As I read the ordinance and information there, political signs are just as, you know, ability to be picked up at the same. And also a unique aspect was that if you are an adopt a highway group, you have no distinction, and this is what T.C. Collins was talking about earlier, is that you cannot distinguish between any signs. And so if you start picking up signs, you have to pick all of them up. And so this will be, you know, political party against another political party and all this kind of stuff. So, Mr. Smolnick, you're right. This is just the beginning, and there's a whole slew of issues that will have to be dealt with here. And so let's go slowly and carefully and respect the, we'll say, traditions and practices that we have in the county up to this point, and help people perhaps advance to something slightly better and more improved.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, just make a quick comment. It's impossible to know where the right-of-way is. Most of the time, the people's front yard is the right of way. They might think they're putting a sign on their yard, and it's actually in the VDOT right of way. Especially right up in Teetotum, you'd be really surprised at how far VDOT will get your sign. So if that's a confusing point, that probably should be clarified if you go forward.
Right. Thank you, Sean.
Actually, the law states that VDOT has 110 feet of right-of-way, 55 on each point center. So your front yard is not really your front yard, it's 55 feet off center, but the VDOT variance on center is about 5 feet. So your safe going is about 60 feet off center to make sure that your signs aren't in that area. It does make it difficult during political times. It also makes it difficult for like your Creekside or some of those things. Though I understand your point, Mr. Stroud, I get very annoyed by all the signs, especially outside of Food Lion. There are regulations and laws that state that they have to be removed because it could be in a visual hindrance. And laws for Virginia also do hindrances, especially on corners, and that goes for hedges, shrubs, or anything in those areas, even the grass being too tall. So if there is a problem that way, we can always contact VDOT. But it does get into aggressive weeds, per se, quote, quote, when it comes to signage, when it's on private property. But technically, if you make a swath like that saying it's VDOT, then you have to go 55, being safe 60 feet off center, because VDOT owns 110 swath. That's the regulation in law.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online? Any correspondence? All right, we will close secondary comment. We'll move forward. Can I get a motion, please?
I will make a motion pursuant to Code of Virginia, Section 2.23711.a.1. I move to the King George County Board of Supervisors convene to close session for discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any body. I invite the county administrator as needed because he is deemed necessary and/or the presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of the topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23712F.
Give me a second.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion?
Yes,
Mr. Collins?
so I don't know what the closed session is yet. If it's just to review someone's contract, we don't need the county attorney. If it's something more, then we do need the county attorney. So I don't know what it's about, so I would make an amendment if I know what we need.
Can invite
Hmm? Can we amend it to add the county attorney?
Mr. Davis, I'll amend to also include the interim county attorney as needed.
Ms. Bender, I will accept your amendment. I have a first and I have a second. Do I have, that's all I need. Any more discussion? Mr. Sullins, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud? Aye. Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We're in closed session.
Don't forget to call me.
As I'll ever be. I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors return to public meeting.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
I move, so moved.
Second.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion?
No one just
Mr. Stroud, so certify.
certify.
Ms. Bender?
So certified.
Mr. Collins? Certify. Mr. Sullins?
So certify.
Chair certifies.
I make a motion that we extend the meeting for 1 hour, even though we won't take that long.
Right.
Just give ourselves more time.
Sounds good.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Chair votes aye.
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
passes. All right, so we're gonna read the closed session thing again.
Mi-
I'll do it. Pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711.A.1, I move the King George County Board of Supervisors convene to close session for discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, discipline, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body. Also invite the county administrator and county attorney to be in that meeting with us. As pursuant to code section 2.2-37112F.
Second.
Motion properly second. All in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. We're in closed session.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors return to the public meeting.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
I move that King George County Board of Supervisors certify by vote that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting. No action was taken on matters discussed in closed session.
Second.
We need certified.
Yeah.
Mr. Stroud,
So certified.
Ms. Bender,
So certify.
Mr. Collins, Sullins,
So certify.
Chair certifies.
I'll make a motion to adjourn the Board of Supervisors to Tuesday, July 1st, 2025 at 5:30 PM in the boardroom of the Rivercombe Building.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 We are done.